Because on this day,
in 1951, American bassist and vocalist for the California smooth rock band Pablo Cruz, Bruce Day, was born.
Oh, man, when I saw them at the Leighton Amphitheater, they sure put on a great show. Everybody was wearing Hawaiian shirts. It was great. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. I think we're probably getting into farting around real quick.
yeah.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
I believe Pablo Cruz, the Pablo Cruz of today is no Pablo Cruz.
Wait, now I'm really...
It's some amount of...
You're twisting my melon, man.
I think they're still out there touring.
I'll bet they're touring, yeah.
Yeah, they may show up.
Bruce isn't, though. Bruce Dade.
Lead singer?
Yeah. He's
Why? What happened?
I don't...
Yeah.
What happened?
Did he die of the old?
He died at 48, so not of the old. Let's see what he died
What
from.
happened? I didn't know.
Someone done him wrong, that's what happened.
Let me see what he died from. I bet it's the cancer. In the 40s,
cancer?
I bet it's the cancer, but let's look.
Well, I'm sure if you check, you'll find them play. They'll be playing at the Payson Onion Days or something like that.
Only if you're lucky.
Now we have a mystery here. Bruce Day died June 30th, 1999 in Windsor, California from unknown causes at the age of 48.
You know what that means? Bigfoot. That's exactly what that means, and they're going to make a TV series out of it.
I would suspect the current lead singer of Pablo Cruz.
Such a sweet gig. A sweet gig I must have.
I want to be the lead singer.
Kill him.
Bigfoot.
That's the answer to everything now. If you're unexplained death, it's Bigfoot. You make a TV series out of it.
Okay.
Oh, hey. Okay. There's Pablo Cruz. You're gonna love it. It's got a nice long intro, so you can read a PSA over it. You know. There you go. This is what kills them at Peach Days. All right.
I think this is great because not only does Pablo Cruz do this, but Liza Minnelli does this song as well. So, you know.
So Liza Minnelli has outlived the lead singer of Pablo Cruz.
I'm telling you, even my dad got up at Onion Days in Payson after he had his free salmon dinner to dance to I Go to Rio.
Yep, Pablo Cruz. They're just wonderful, aren't they?
This band is built for radio. Because every song they do, it's like 3.5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Each one has a nice little talk-up point, so you can hit the post.
Full of faceless strangers.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Here I am again. Suddenly my eyes meet yours. Looks like I found a friend.
Well, they're no Little River band. I'll say that.
Wait a minute.
No, it doesn't work. No, it's the other way around.
If you would like to contact Pablo Cruz management to see about booking them for your event,
booking what's left of them for your event,
the last Pablo standing.
There's always just somebody who will step right in. When one of them dies, there's someone waiting in the wings.
Where's my lighter?
It's like rain in the summertime.
This is so lighter.
Yeah.
Woo!
Wow.
You know, the only reason that I know Pablo Cruz at all is because I work in radio. That's it. No one's seeking out Pablo Cruz.
No.
It just
no
happens
one's wearing
to be on
Pablo
the radio.
Cruz T-shirts around.
Yeah,
no one's.
I'm telling you, they were wearing Pablo Cruz T-shirts after the Payson Onion Days appearance for a while.
My friend Braden had one that he wore ironically.
We've got merch after the show. If you want to come down to the front of the stage, we have merch.
Oh, Blaine. Blaine's found the default, because we always say, that band's okay, but they ain't no Pablo Cruz.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about Pablo Cruz, you have to say, Pablo Cruz is okay, but they ain't no
Orleans.
Orleans, good
Orleans.
Lord.
Here, let me find
Orleans. Bill Clinton used an Orleans song in his
Why?
re-election campaign.
Why would
This
he
one?
do that?
This one?
Because he's still the one, Bill. You should re-elect Bill Clinton because he's still the one.
Also another band built for radio. It's just, because you can hit the post, go!
Orleans.
If you were Charlie Tuna at KHJ in Los Angeles, I'd just like to ask the lead singer of Orleans, we're old friends, we go a long way back. How long have we known each other? KHJ.
Well done, kid.
Orleans, a double bill of Pablo Cruz and Orleans. Like if that,
Well, they
I don't know
probably
who would
toured
open.
together.
Who would open? Who would open for
Well,
them?
I'm sure they'd toss a coin backstage and make the decision.
Make it fair.
Because they know that they're equally.
So everybody's out there sitting on the lawn they got their sweaters and they got their lawn chairs and their beer and they're sitting out there. And by the end of the Orleans Pablo Cruz show, most of them are asleep.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I got old radio on my head because one of my radio newsletters I got this morning included a Charlie Tuna air check from the 70s, So I was listening to it and going, oh my God.
Is he still alive?
I don't think so, no.
I love old-timey radio.
And the thing on KHJ back then was when they would pick a song that they knew was going to be a hit, but they would play it and say, we're predicting Hitbound for this one, And
we
it
know
made them,
things you don't know.
yeah, it made them seem like they were smarter than they really were,
And the reason it was going to be a big hit is because the band management had given Charlie Tuna enough money that he would play it over and over and over again.
Charlie Tuna died in his sleep at the
Yes.
age of 71. He's buried in Forest Lawn. That's where, the famous
hell?
people are.
Well, he was L.A. famous. He was.
Gene, have you ever been to Forest Lawn?
Yes, I have.
It's huge.
Yes.
I would beg to say that a small portion of all the people that are interred there are famous. There's just average Joes. There's
Average tunas.
Yeah, they're very famous people, and then there's radio people.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
number of graves at Forest Lawn. Just give you a guess.
Let me say 100,000. More? Good Lord!
So
How many
anybody can be
graves?
buried at Forest Lawn. Huh.
Yeah. 250,000 graves.
Wow.
At Forest Lawn.
That means that includes mausoleums and crypts
Right,
and
just
all of that.
yeah. Folks. There's 250,000 folks there.
Is it Marilyn Monroe that's there in a crypt, and then
Yeah.
Hefner.
Hefner bought the one next to her?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I went there when I was a kid. It's kind of a tourist attraction. So I was in California with my grandparents, and they wanted to go to Forest Lawn. And I remember they had a slide presentation about.
Of all the famous people that are there?
No, it
Oh.
had something to do with the Last Supper, and there was a big famous painting of the Last Supper.
I know that I went there when I was a kid, when I was younger. And I want to say I saw Alfred Hitchcock's grave. Or maybe that was a documentary. I don't know. But Penn and Teller bought a headstone there.
Oh, really?
and the
so they want to be
headstone-
buried together? Oh.
No, it's just one little headstone, and you have to find it. It's not big at all. It's just a little one, and it has a 3 of spades on it, and underneath it says, "Is this your card?" And there's an elaborate magic trick. You could probably find it on the web. where it involves you driving to Forest Lawn.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
And the reveal at the end is
This your card?
they found your card, and it's the
It's buried in Forest
It's
Lawn.
the three of spades, and it's right there in Forest Lawn Cemetery.
I love that.
I'll have to find that. It's in one of my books over there.
Did you see the? It was an old video, but for some reason it popped up again of David Blaine doing a magic trick for Harrison
Harrison
Ford
Ford,
at
that's back
his
again.
house,
Yeah.
and it's a really good magic trick where the card ends up being in an apple or an orange
Piece of
that's-
fruit.
Yeah, a piece of fruit that's sitting on Harrison Ford's table, and Harrison Ford sees David Blaine cut open the piece of fruit and find the card inside, and then he looks at David Blaine and says, "I need you to get out of my house."
But he swears, which makes it even better. He just deadpan face, Harrison Ford face.
One of the best tweets I saw after the Academy Awards, because Harrison Ford was there as a presenter, I guess. And it's nice to know that wherever Harrison Ford is happy to let you know Harrison Ford is not happy to be there.
Yeah, he wishes he was someplace else. You can tell.
He never wants to be at the place he is.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell too.
Oh, it's three of clubs, not three of spades. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's.
I'd say that's farting around.
Much farting around there.
All right. So.
Oh, here we go.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
We will take a break and come back and officially begin the show. You can help us with that if you'd like. 877-602-9696. That's a number you can call us. And we like it when you call and check in with us just to begin the program. So 877-602-9696. Give us a call. We'll take your calls, officially begin the show after we take care of a little bit of business.
UtahAdvocates.com. That's a website. You can go there 24/7 and anonymously chat with a real-life lawyer. The phone number is there at the website as well. If you're even a little bit more brave and want to, again, 24/7. Speak to a real-life lawyer, and all of this for free to get their opinion. Yeah,
801-355-5550 is that phone number Carrie was talking about.
You've been hurt in an accident, and you're pretty sure it's not your fault. It's somebody else's negligence, or maybe it's a workers' comp. They do that too. If you've been hurt on the job, workers' comp cases, call the advocates. It can't hurt, right? 801-355-5550, and they could say, well, yes, we think you have a case. We'll take you on, and we'll help you get a settlement from the insurance company. And sometimes they'll say, that's not quite right for us, not the kind of case the advocates does, but we'll refer you to somebody else. So call the advocates, 801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Moms are awesome. And at X.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Gel. G-E-L, gel. And now to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand are here to show you how Utahns speak. Listen carefully for the word gel. Our word today was supplied by a famed Utah attorney who has undoubtedly heard this word used more times in his life than he cares to remember. The word again is gel.
Hey, LeGrand, how's tricks?
What? How's what?
Tricks. You know, things. How's things? How's it going with you? How's tricks?
Oh, how's it going? I got you. How's it going?
I asked you first.
What?
How it's going, that's what. I just asked how's it going, then you... Never mind. What's wrong with you?
Well, sure. I mean, no doubt I'm just fine. I'm a little distracted, maybe. Who wants to know?
Never mind. What's got you so distracted, LeGrand?
Well, I was speaking on the phone with my uncle down to Moab. My Uncle LeGrand.
I'm LeVar, you're LeGrand. That's the...
So's my uncle.
Huh?
Yeah, LeGrand Peterson. He owns a small gravel pit down to Moab.
Wait a second. Ain't you LeGrand Peterson?
No, I'm LeGrand Peterson. He's Peter S-E-N, I'm Peter S-O-N.
Well, hell, that's confusing.
Not to us. But anywho, he wants me to come down to Moab, help him catch some appliance dumpers.
Some what?
Someone has been dumping old appliances into his gravel pit,
Oh,
and he can't catch them. There's like 10 old fridges there and more every couple of days. So my uncle, LeGrand, will have to pay to have them all hauled away. And that's going to get expensive. But if he can catch who's doing it, maybe he can get reimbursed. And if not, well, he's just going to have them thrown in jail.
I guess illegal dumping can get you jail time.
It's jellable, all right. So long as the gels down there ain't full.
Yep.
But I got a few things to take care of first. Hey, LeVar, I just noticed your hair looks kind of different. You using some kind of junk in it?
Yes, my wife made me try it. It's some kind of new hair gel.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
And then we'll go to your check-ins. We'll start the show here officially. Then we'll go to your check-ins if you have a mind to call us. 877-602-9696. That's the number. And it's just, it's just a little thing. Hi, good morning. How you guys doing? This is what I'm doing today. Here's how I feel. Here's what I want to say to you. Simple. 877-602-9696. Do we have a sponsor, Gina?
We do indeed. Mother's Day is May 9th. Come into Lim Jewelers for something she'll never forget. Find her Mother's Day gift at limjewelers.com. Lim Jewelers is your Mother's Day gift headquarters.
The moon is 43.2% of full. I believe it is on the wane. It will set today. The moon will set today at 1:34 p.m. Today being Tuesday. It's the 4th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. 411 days now of pandemic panic broadcasting, where we broadcast from our homes, each of us, and you can see us if you go to x96.com/live. And you know what you found here? You have found the nation's most important morning radio broadcast. So don't just pass on by. Stay for a while and absorb the genius that is Radio from Hell, starring the lords of morning radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. She's there in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. You can see her in all of her red-haired, resplendent glory. And we also have Miriam and Skip helping out in the producer's booth. Mm-hmm. And today is, by the way, National Candied Orange Peel Day.
Why?
Well,
why a whole day?
Why shouldn't candied orange peel have a day? It's
a
delicious.
Whole day?
Sure.
Maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes for candied.
Well, it takes you a while to go out and find some. I wouldn't know where to readily buy.
That would be the first question.
Candied orange peel.
The second question is, if fruit is in fact nature's candy, why did we have to candy the fruit?
Well, the orange peel itself is bitter, so you have to turn it into candy if you want to to consume that. All right. Anybody calling to check in?
I think we Pablo
Come on,
Cruzed
save
him.
us right now.
We Pablo Cruzed him away.
You need you need to save us by calling the Radio from Hell show at 877-602-9696.
You know what else?
I take it back. We had him at Pablo Cruz. We lost him at Orleans. That's what happened.
I think that's probably right.
Well, Bill, you didn't mention the most important thing on this day. Today is.
What's that?
It's May the 4th.
Yes, it is.
May the 4th be with you.
We'll address that in the Utah Word of the Day coming up. That's so stupid.
It's Star Wars Day.
That's dumb.
Why is it dumb? If people like Star Wars, it's a day to celebrate Star Wars. That's not dumb. Not everything's dumb, Bill. Some things are just nice.
Okay, just go ahead. Stick up for May the 4th be with you.
People like Star Wars, and it's an excuse to celebrate Star Wars. That's not dumb.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
You take Star Wars into your heart and you celebrate it every day.
At some point, I think maybe I should give the message about because it is Star Wars Day, and we're all happy that we all love this thing.
Yes,
we do. I would just say to Star Wars fans, you need to be kinder to new Star Wars fans. You know,
what are they doing?
What's happening?
Oh, there's that whole gatekeeping thing. You know, I'm a Star Wars fan. Oh yeah, a true fan knows. You know, and they start quizzing them.
Oh.
No, just
doesn't.
Even if you saw one Star Wars movie and liked it, you're a Star Wars fan.
Sure.
Even if you haven't seen any of the movies, and you've only seen like an episode of The Mandalorian, and you liked it, you're a Star Wars fan.
Even if you're one of those people who goes, who's that one guy? Who is that one guy? You know, the older guy Who was the Jedi? That older guy? Who was that guy?
Which one? There were a lot of them.
Well, in the first movie, that older guy, what was his name?
What first movie?
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. I really liked him. He was really good.
Yeah, okay. You're a Star Wars fan.
Sure.
Star Wars fans are a little too tough on new Star Wars fans. You're becoming the comic book guys of Star Wars, and you should stop that.
I really like that little green puppet, that little Yoda, that little puppet.
Well,
that was
his
great.
name. Well, his name's Grogu, but and he's not Yoda, but he is of the same species as Yoda. So that's very cool that you like him. He's cute, isn't he? He's adorable.
No, I meant the original Yoda.
Oh, the original Yoda?
Yeah, that puppet that was,
okay.
That sounded sort of like a Muppet.
Yeah,
See how Carrie can be nice to the...
I just don't understand,
You don't have to belittle the...
Instead of, excuse me,
You can like a thing, and when other people like it, it doesn't ruin the thing that you like.
Welcome them into your
like-
family and
like-
say, here, let me show you a few things,
Gina, like candied orange peel,
Oh, okay.
You don't have to be
right.
mean about candied orange peel.
You're right.
Let
You're
us have
right.
a day.
Okay.
That's the goal today, then. We need to find where we can get candied orange peel today.
Okay.
So let's put it out there here in the Magic Box. Y'all,
I'm on the lookout.
y'all try to find us some candied orange peel today. Where can we buy it?
And then I want you to
along the Wasatch Front.
Yeah, and I want you to be willing to deliver it to each of our homes. Bring it by so we can have some.
All right. Let's traffic, Gina, please.
Cement Dave says there's a fender bender westbound 84 on milepost 86. Thanks, Cement Dave.
Oh, and Dave, thanks to your wife for that mask that she made for me. I should probably be wearing it because it's a Star Wars version.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
Let's see if there's anything else. No, that's the only accident being reported. Thanks, Cement Dave. You know how he sent that in, of course. He texted it to us at 33986. You can do the same. Carrie?
Yes, during the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. All right. We will take a break. We'll be back full strength. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. And, and now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Okay, you can get vaccines just about anywhere, anytime. Get a vaccine. Vaccine access is expanding. Last week, Governor Cox announced businesses, community groups, churches, other organizations can now request free mobile vaccine events. The Pfizer, the Moderna, the Johnson & Johnson vaccines will be used at all of the clinics.
It's free at all of the clinics.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. And many of them are doing walk-in appointments. You don't have to make an appointment. If you're 16 years and older, get your vaccine. The sooner you do that, the sooner we can get back to normal.
Even UTA and Lyft are offering free transportation to and from your vaccine appointment. There's just no excuse. Get vaccinated today. If you want more information about it, go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Once again, we join our missionaries as they orbit a small planet.
Hey, Lehigh, my sensors are picking up a distress signal from a small craft on the surface.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Well, there's nothing else in this sector for parsecs. You know, we better land and see if they need some help.
Well, according to my tricorder, it should be right over there.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Well, that's odd.
What?
Well, it's just not often you find a spaceship made out of cardboard and held together with masking tape, staples, and paper clips.
Well, it's a good thing we came along. I'll bet they need our help. Oh, looky there. It's a guy in a spacesuit. Excuse me, sir.
Halt! Identify yourselves.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
Elders, sounds important. I'm Buzz Lightyear.
Well, you know, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Mormons?
And we was wondering if we could offer you some assistance.
Yeah, looks like your craft could use some work. Why don't you let me take a look at that, huh?
Get back!
Oh, look out, Budge. He's got a...
looks like a little blinking red light on his wrist.
I have got to get someone at Space Command to look at this thing.
Hey, where are you headed, Buzz?
To infinity and beyond.
Ooh, sounds like fun. That's a nice spacesuit you got there. Hey, what do these buttons do?
Please, don't push the buttons on the suit.
I am Buzz Lightyear. I come in peace. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue.
Wow.
I told you not to press the buttons on the suit.
Oh, hey, that's cool. And this one... Wow, wings!
Yeah, I can fly. Will you leave the suit alone?
Well, looks like your ship is all ready to go. All you needed was a little duct tape to hold the vertical stabilizers in place.
I am forever in your debt.
Hey, listen, you want me to take a look at that little blinking red light laser device while we're here?
No, your companion has done enough fiddling with my equipment for one day.
Well, would you be interested in learning more about the teachings of our prophet, Joseph Smith?
Not today. It takes a long time to get to infinity, and then more to go beyond. I'd better get going. Nice meeting you.
Well, bye, Buzz.
Bye. Will Butch and Lehigh ever get anyone to listen to the first discussion? Will Buzz Lightyear make it to infinity, let alone beyond? Will Butch's duct tape repair job hold Buzz's ship together? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, it's a shame we couldn't convince him to convert.
Well, I doubt that action figure toys could count as converts, and I don't think action figures can hold the priesthood. Besides, I'd have to reprogram his voice chip in order to allow him to give the opening prayer.
On the next leg-shaving episode of Space Elders!
All right, let's see, 6:37. Shasta from New York checking in. I tried to call, but I have terrible service. We're having a rainstorm, and I basically live in a forest. So I wrote my 1-minute play about Super Bill, who can go to Denver. I'm going to email it to you today.
Okay.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yay!
All right, so I'll get it tomorrow, and we'll see.
I can't wait to read it, and maybe we'll perform it. Who knows?
Maybe. All right, we will. Let's do big boy news and opinionuendo now. Brought to you by
Jiffy Lube Multicare gets services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
Well, apparently, Bill Gates got out a whiteboard, and he got his marker, and he and his wife Melinda were sitting there, and he said, "All right, here are the reasons we should stay together, and here are the reasons we should break up, and let's list them all." And apparently, the divorce list became longer, much longer than the stay together list, and so they are getting divorced. Bill and
you would
Melinda
think
Gates.
Having money would solve all your problems.
You'd think.
But
yeah, like it did with Jeff
doesn't.
Bezos. Well, actually, it did solve all of Jeff Bezos' problems. He jettisoned the wife that he no longer cared for, made her one of the richest women in the world. That made her. I shouldn't say he made her one of the richest
she
women in the
helped
world.
him
She
do that,
was
yeah.
she was instrumental in getting that business going, and so she deserved some of the profit. And then he got his sweetie. He got his younger, better looking in his eyes model.
But
And
crazy.
so-
She's
yeah.
crazy. She
She's
got
nuts.
crazy.
Yeah. And then, so I don't know about Bill and Linda Gates. They both seem equally boring.
I have some insight on it. Apparently, it's because Melinda wanted an iPhone, and that's really what it.
But they said, after a great deal of thought and a lot of work on our relationship, we've made the decision to end our marriage. They founded their philanthropic organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, together in the year 2000. Since then, that foundation has spent $53.8 billion on a wide range of initiatives related to global health, poverty, poverty alleviation, and more. And they say we will continue to do that. We will continue to work on that foundation together. But other than that, we've raised 3 great children. They're on their own now. So Bill said, I'm looking forward to getting myself a little one-room apartment with a hot plate.
So were they staying together for the kids? Is that what we're getting? And now that all the kids are up and out,
doesn't really indicate that. It just, I don't know. Anyway, they're splitting up. The FDA is expected maybe this week to okay coronavirus vaccine for kids. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration expected to authorize the Pfizer vaccine for young adults aged 12 and older, setting up shots for many before the beginning of next school year. That's according to a federal and official and a personal, somebody familiar with it on the inside. Now, they have tested the Pfizer vaccine on, 2,200? I think it was the figure I heard.
But you're going to hear from the anti-vaxxers, this hasn't been tested, and they rushed this through. Yes, it's been tested.
They tested it on, here it is, a clinical trial involving 2,216 12 to 15-year-old people, and there was not one reported problem. Not one.
100% effective in kids.
They all tolerated it well.
100%.
The Associated Press reported that the children involved in the clinical trial reported some side effects such as a little pain, fever, chills, fatigue, but particularly after the second dose. But all in all, nothing serious. So there you go.
When I read that last night, just before I went to bed, I just imagined inside Gina's head it must sound like this.
Do you know how many days have we been doing this, Bill? 411 or something?
11, yeah.
I've been on pins and needles worrywart mother for 411 days, and there's an end in sight. And
now you can use one of those pins or needles to vaccinate your children.
Yes.
So are you, as soon as the go ahead is given, you're going to like dash to your pharmacy or
Yes,
something?
if I can be first in line, we're going to camp out like you used to do for concert tickets.
Your
we're camping out.
Your Radio from Hell's Gina Barberi. You'll be first in line.
You're part of the liberal media elite.
Yes. That's
now
true.
the question is that once they do get the vaccine, who gets possession of the chip inside the kid? Is it Bill or Melinda?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, maybe it's the girl goes with Melinda and the boy goes with Bill. Maybe
do they have separate chips now in different injections?
I saw Bill and Melinda being interviewed, and Melinda said Bill has not put any kind of tracking devices in the vaccine. He's not. He really.
Do you know
hasn't.
where that started? And this is fascinating. And I learned this from that John Oliver piece, which everybody should watch.
I was going
to.
Do you know where
the whole chip in the vaccine thing came from? This is amazing. So Bill Gates was part of a research project because they do a lot of work in poorer countries trying to get people health care and vaccinated there. They were trying to come up with technology that would leave a mark in you that lets people know you've been vaccinated. Because kids in poor countries can't carry around their vaccine card. So they were trying to put some kind of marker in the vaccine that you would be able to be identified as, yes, you've been vaccinated. So that tiny bit nugget of, and they weren't able to come up with it, but they were studying it. That's where the whole he wants to microchip.
There's a much easier way to do it. When you give them a shot, you just cut a little nick out of their earlobe.
Yeah.
And if you got a little
vaccinated,
that's the way we did it on the farm.
Utah County woman was found in a camping tent in a campsite area near the Dry Canyon Trailhead in Diamond Fork Canyon on Sunday afternoon. She had been missing more than 5 months. The 47-year-old woman, whose identity is being withheld, was first reported missing after a U.S. Forest Service employee noticed her vehicle in the trailhead parking lot on November 25th, 2020. And they wanted to find her to notify the woman of the seasonal gate closure of the road. So they said, somebody's down there in the canyon somewhere. We should find her because we're closing this road. Well, they couldn't find her. After a week or two went by, Utah County Sheriff's Office deputies, search and rescue volunteers, and aircraft went back to the area to search for her. We didn't have immediate reason to believe that she was in danger. We just didn't know what her status was, said Sergeant Spencer Cannon with the Utah County Sheriff's Office. All we had was her car here in this parking lot, some of her personal items in that car, and a campsite up here, all of which appeared to have been unused for an extended period of time. No evidence that she was still here. Well, they kept looking periodically, and they sent out a drone the other day to sort of search some of the more remote areas. The drone crashed. They said, oh, well, we've got to go retrieve it. And when they went to find the drone and retrieve it, they found this little tent. And they go up to the tent, and somebody unzips and a woman's head pokes out, and it's this woman who's been missing since
winter?
November.
She's been living in the tent all winter?
That's what they think.
Wow.
That's what they think. She's been living in this tent. She said she was living close to a stream. She could drink water there. She ate moss and grass, and she had other little food items. I don't know. There's got to be more to the story than that. There just really has to be. But she's in pretty good condition, and they haven't released her identity, but they say that they will continue to try and flesh out the story. A California woman, went walking her dogs, got ate by a bear. Yeah, she just went out walking her dogs, and a bear got her. So that's probably why this story comes up too. Californians really are moving to Utah in much bigger numbers these days. You know, there's been that rumor that a lot of Californians are coming in and they're trying to buy up all of our houses. You know, whatever's whatever's available. They're coming here and they're waving money. And,
I'm old enough to remember when it was the Japanese, but anyway, go ahead.
But it is in fact true. More and more Californians are moving here to Utah, according to all the studies that have been done. And if you're out and about driving around, you really do see more California license plates out on the interstate. Californians are the most common scapegoat, of course, for rising housing prices around Utah during
and
the
liberal ideas
around the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, well, that goes without saying. Californicators is what we call them.
Listen, California's not as liberal as everyone thinks it is here. Okay, I'm sorry.
Go to Orange County. See how liberal that
I've
is.
had some of my best political arguments.
Former President Donald Trump has taken the opportunity to mock Senator Mitt Romney.
Of course he has.
Being booed by state Republican Party delegates over the weekend. The former president, who's been banned from social media sites, issued an old-fashioned statement Monday with his assessment of the weekend's events. So nice to see Rhino Mitt Romney booed off the stage at the Utah Republican Convention. They are among the earliest to have figured this guy out. A stone-cold loser. Well, once again, Trump's statement is completely inaccurate. Mitt Romney was not booed off the stage. He was heckled and booed, but he gave his entire speech as he intended to, and then he said, "Thank you, goodbye." He was not booed off the stage.
I love the Mormons.
And let's see. Utah's longest operating restaurant, continuously operating restaurant. 100 years now.
Continuously operating restaurant.
Yeah, 100 years, serving customers. I've been to this restaurant a few times in my life. It's in Brigham City.
Oh, okay.
It's the Idle
the
Isle.
Idle Isle, yeah.
The Idle Isle. Been open for 100 years. The owner, Travis Porter, and the Box Elder Chamber of Commerce are celebrating this milestone, along with the rich history behind the business, according to Anna Luridge, Public Relations Manager for the Office of Tourism. They also make candy there.
Mm-hmm.
And they make chocolates.
Do they have candy orange peel there? Do they?
I don't know. I have no idea. I know they have a really great hot hamburger there. Ooh. The open-faced hamburger on a piece of bread with brown gravy.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that what they call it, a hot hamburger?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I love
that's
that.
Comfort food, is
and
what
you
that
get
is.
you get the fries with it, and you mix, and the gravy gets all into the fries.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh my God, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't all hamburgers hot hamburgers? Why would that specifically be a hot hamburger?
I don't know why they call that one specifically. Maybe it's even hotter than
because open face doesn't sound very appetizing.
No.
Yeah, I think that is what
indecent.
they call them, a hot hamburger. Yeah. But I never liked that phrase, an open face sandwich. I'd like an open face sandwich, please. All right. And let's see, we got a little time left here, or are we done?
One more story, sure.
Tom Jones wants you to get vaccinated.
Okay.
He, the man, the Welsh crooner who is 80 years old, I believe. He's on I think he's on tour. He's out doing some shows.
This may be your chance, Bill.
He has a fantastic new album called Surrounded by Time, the fourth in a string of excellent albums, it says here. He, in a recent Zoom interview with the Daily Beast, Sir Tom Jones reflects on his long career, remembers his pal Elvis Presley, his pal Frank Sinatra, his run-ins with Donald Trump.
He's had run-ins?
Oh, yes.
I just see Tom Jones, give him a poke in the snot locker. He did that to the Martian. No.
Tom Jones, very low energy.
Low energy.
He says, but the most important thing right now is you all need to go out and get vaccinated. There he is, Tom Jones.
If you should ever want to be loved by anyone, it's not unusual.
to wear a mask. Get vaccinated. No.
All right, sports, weather.
Sports brought to you by Find Your Match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment. Plus, all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details. Well, the Jazz won last night, 110-99 over the San Antonio Spurs. So you can jump right back on that bandwagon, Bill.
Go Jazz.
Yeah.
Is that how you do it?
Yes. They played.
Hang on, let me.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Radio from Hell. Fair weather fans, as long as the Jazz are winning. Go Team X96.
There you go.
They play again against the Spurs again tomorrow, 7 p.m. And I don't know why he waited so long, but Russell Wilson just got his wisdom teeth out. He seems a little old for that. But his wife did what you're supposed to do, which is when your loved one comes out of the anesthesia after getting your wisdom teeth out, you take a hilarious video of it because they say silly things and do silly things. And if you follow, if you follow Sierra on her social media, you can see big, strong football player Russell Wilson acting like a silly teenager because that's when you're supposed to get your wisdom teeth out. I don't know what's wrong with you. Let's see, weather. So warm, nice, beautiful. We're continuing to warm up throughout the week. We could be 85 by Thursday, the National Weather Service is saying. But today, sunny, 67, and just a nice pattern. I don't see any rain or anything happening all the way through Mother's Day. Looks like we've got nice weather for all of that. Let's see if we have nice traffic this morning. I'll refresh this UDOT website here quickly and see if I have anything I need to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15, 6 north on-ramp in Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder. Got an accident up in Mountain Green. Crash westbound I-84 at milepost 94. And I'll check our message stream, see if Cement Dave has given us any other traffic updates or anybody else. Of course, you can send us traffic if you see it, and if it's safe for you to do that, text it to us. 33986. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. A couple of quick corrections, apparently. The sandwich at the Idle Isle is referred to as the hot beef sandwich.
Hot beef. Okay.
The hot beef sandwich. That's the open.
Well, maybe it wasn't hamburger. It's been a while since I've.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's hamburger. I think it's just called the hot beef sandwich, or maybe it's sliced roast beef. I don't know. But let's see. And then Groover, our intern,
former intern Groover. Yes.
We were talking about interns on Friday. He
Right.
was not listening at the time, but he just got wind of us talking about his nickname, Groover. He'd like to have a correction.
Oh.
This is my nickname. I started out as kindergarten cop intern, but then you found out my last name was Groover and thought it was much cooler. Now, I hate to dispute his memory of that, because my memory is poor, but kindergarten cop intern doesn't sound like anything that we would coin because it's too clunky.
Yeah, it doesn't. I didn't ring a bell, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, because that's where he used to work, so we probably tried it on for size, but then when we found out his name was Groover, we went, oh, yeah, that's much better.
So much easier. Yeah.
Sure.
Groover. Easy.
Now, while we're checking things out, I just went to the menu for the Idle Isle, and I have questions.
Okay.
All right.
On the menu, they have chicken fried steak
Okay.
for $11.
Okay.
They also have country fried steak for $12. What is the difference between the chicken fried steak
Why are you
and
asking
the
us?
country fried? I'm putting
Doesn't
it out there to
Doesn't it say in the description, I think country fried steak is beef-based, where your chicken fried steak is chicken-based?
It
Am I
doesn't
wrong?
say. There's no description. It just.
Am I wrong?
So no, can't say.
I need.
Was there a hot?
assistance.
What do they say? Is there a hot beef sandwich?
And then there's a hot beef sandwich.
The hot beef sandwich.
But there's no description of what it is.
There's no description of anything. This is just. So I
How
have
does this-
questions. I continue to have questions for the Idle Isle.
How does this place stay open with its lack of transparency?
100
in
years.
its menu, you know.
The hot beef sandwich is generally like pot roast.
Okay.
On bread.
I looked it up.
Clarification.
Country fried steak and chicken fried steak are similar. Distinction that sometimes comes up is that country fried steak is flour dusted and usually served with brown gravy and onions, while chicken fried steak is breaded with eggs and served with creamy gravy.
I need a side-by-side on this. I need
What?
a
What do you
a
mean?
taste test. I need a
Is your-
taste. I need a
Is
half
your
and
imagination not good enough?
I think
you can't picture it.
And I think you're asking an awful lot of Grubhub right now. Just,
half.
you know,
Grubhub, a country fried steak and a chicken fried steak
Driving-
from
and-
Brigham City.
and,
to
you
All
know,
the way from Brigham City.
And you also have to consider, as we always do whenever we're getting delivery food, will it travel well?
That's a long way to go for.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Breakfast burrito travels well. It's all right there.
Sure.
Self-contained.
Wrapped in foil, probably.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
But that, I don't know.
No?
You'd be better off with an omelet. An omelet travels better, I think, than those things because your gravy will break by the time it gets here.
Can't
Sorry
have
to
anything.
rain on your chicken fried parade.
That's all right.
These corrections brought to you by Scott Hale. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. All right. Let's see. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with, it's Utah Word.
Oh.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
Utah Word of
God.
the Day is next.
Oh, boy.
Why are we telling people? We should just spring it on them.
Yeah, we've now given you a chance to tune out.
Yes, Utah Word is like the bear hiding in the bushes while you're out walking your dogs.
Tell you what, before we do Utah Word of the Day, we'll tell you how you can win another Mother's Day prize. How about
Perfect.
that? That'll get
All
you
right.
to stick around.
Got that for you coming up after these. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
30 years, more than 30 years, Shamrock
Oh,
Plumbing has been doing plumbing jobs here along the Wasatch Front and doing it well. They do big jobs, they do small jobs, emergency plumbing work as well, and they will send out certified licensed technicians, which is not the case with some other plumbing
That's true.
concerns. No job too big or too small for Shamrock Plumbing. I've used them many times, as I think Gina has as well. They can do the gigantic job. If you're building a new house, for instance, they can do all the plumbing. Or if you're just needing a repair, they will come to your house.
I had a water heater, and they said, let us put in one of our water, or not water heater, water softener. Let us put in one of our water softeners. I think you'll like how it works better. They were absolutely right. They usually are, Shamrock Plumbing. Anytime I call them, they take care of what I need. They do it fast. They clean up after themselves really well, and it works.
Give them a call, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh, my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
All right. 7:07.
Well,
and
we have
contest.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Got to do that. Mother's Day.
It's X96's Mom's Day giveaway. Today, we're giving Mom something shiny. So if you text the word jewelry, JEWELRY, to 33986, you can win a $100 gift card to Lim Jewelers. That will also enter you into a drawing for the grand prize, which is all 5 daily prizes. Each day this week, different daily prize. You'll be entered to win all 5 of those if you do that. So 33986, text the word jewelry.
So we rehearsed, ran through the Utah word of the day during that last commercial break. And as we ran through it, I thought, maybe we should reconsider.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty... It's marginal at best. It's convoluted in an attempt to make it appear as though it's good, but it's not.
But it has the benefit of being topical.
Well, that's true.
Which is very important to our consultants. They'll tell you.
But
And we have a sponsor, so we have to do it. As much as you would like to back out of it.
Now you're making it like homework now.
So
the check has already been cashed.
So we rehearsed it, and then we have to do it again.
Well, I was okay with not rehearsing it, but was that more
All right.
for... All right.
Who's sponsoring?
Who's the sponsor, Gene?
Ameritech College of Healthcare and SWIG are offering every nurse in Utah a free 24-ounce drink or cookie from any SWIG location on Thursday, May 6th.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio From Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Sane. S-A-N-E. Sane. And oh boy, here they come. To use the word sane in a sentence the way a Utah native would use it. LeVar and LeGrand will carefully construct a sample dialogue on subject or subjects that a typical Utahn might muse upon, and they will weave the word sane into that dialogue so that you, the listener or student, if you will, of Utah words will better understand how native Utahns speak. This, by the way, is done as a public service to new arrivals to the Beehive State, and there are many. They come looking for freedom from the harsh regimes of other states, and yes, they come to Utah waving wads of cash, hoping to find a home sweet house to flip and resell for even more. So, for the newly arrived, here are our Utah boys with the word sane.
Hey, LeVar, I don't understand. Why is everybody saying that today is Star Wars Day? Is it like Darth Vader's birthday? Or did Captain Kirk do something special on this day? I mean, what's up?
Well, LeGrand, first off, Kirk ain't part of Star Wars. Kirk is Star Trek. And that's a whole different set of spacemen doing stuff in outer space.
Oh yeah, right. That's right. I mean, they are both about space and shooting lasers at aliens and stuff like that. I'm just saying that it's a natural mistake for me to mix them up. Kinda.
Hey, you aren't the only one to do it.
Yeah.
My wife is always mixing up Spock with Commander Data. And I'm always saying to her, one of them's a robot and one of them is not. And she'll always saying back to me, well, they both act like robots, but they really are two completely different space programs. Your Star Trek starts with Kirk saying, "Space, the final frontier." And Star Wars don't start that way at all. You have to read the beginning of that show.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. Long time ago in a galaxy far away, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never really got that. I mean, how could it be long ago? I mean, they got spaceships and lasers and stuff. That's the stuff of the future. Don't make no sense.
Well,
but anyway, why is today Star Wars Day?
Well, because May the 4th.
Huh?
May the 4th be with you. You know, I mean, how everyone in Star Wars is always saying, may the Force be with you.
Well, yeah, they say Force, not Fourth. Nobody in Star Wars says, may the 4th be with you. I don't think any of the characters in Star Wars has a speech problem, which would cause them to go around saying, may the 4th be with you. Or maybe if Daffy Duck was in Star Wars and was a Jedi Master, then he would go around saying, may the 4th be with you, but he's not. I mean, Daffy has some familiarity with space because he was Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century, but he's not in Star Wars. You know what I'm saying?
You know, LeGrand, you know I like you, and you are my longtime pal. But sometimes I just want to run out of the room screaming when I talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you drive me insane.
Well, okay, simmer down, take a deep breath. I hope the rest of your day goes better. And, may the 4th be with you, too.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
There were a lot of Utah words in there, by the way. Many.
Yes, there were.
Many.
Yes, there were.
And that was rehearsed. I want to point out to everyone that was.
Well, if it hadn't been, it would have been even worse. I don't know what to do.
This is Salt Lake City?
After Provo, why not? This was going to be Ogden, Utah.
All right. 714 traffic, please, Gina.
The traffic lights aren't working. SR 224 at Ute Boulevard in Summit County. It's an intersection near Kimball Junction ramps to and from I-80, so expect delays as you exit I-80 and head toward Park City. Crash on the exit ramp from I-15 southbound to 2100 north in Lehigh. The left side of the ramp is blocked. You're going to need to stay to the right in that area. And what are you seeing? If it's safe for you to text us, let us know what's out on the roads. 33986 is where you do that. Honda is the most fuel-efficient automaker in America and most awarded of the last decade. See great offers every day at UtahHondaDealers.com.
All right.
Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. You know, the fact of a paddle being in the classroom at all should tell investigators all they need to know. Boner candidate number 2, my birthday money, gone just like that. And boner candidate number 3, Judge Senator Mike Lee by the company he keeps.
Yes, thank you. All right, Boners round 1, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com. If you're one of those folks new to the state, you're driving along I-15 down there in Sandy. It's the big building that says Hoops Vision on the side of it. That's where you go.
Yep, that's a great facility, too. Hoops Vision, if you want to get rid of your glasses or your contact lenses, this is the place that you should go. Now, if you have astigmatism, if you are farsighted or nearsighted, those are the conditions that Hoops Vision can deal with, and they can correct your vision to 20/20 and sometimes even better than 20/20, which is, now I've done it, Carrie has done it, our family members have.
Yes.
We know lots and lots of people who've gone to Hoops Vision and always been satisfied.
And myself and everybody that I've sent there has said the same thing. I waited too long.
Yeah.
I should have done it sooner.
That's true. So right now, get your VIP consultation. Get $800 off the LASIK or PRK procedure. All you got to do is call 877-30-LASIK or go to hoopsvision.com.
Broadway media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up her mic.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying I listen to your show every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
force be with you, not fourth.
Well, he ain't from Earth. We only do that here. All right. Let's see. Let's get to it. Round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Boners, And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of our winners. And then at 9:20 this morning, we put them against each other, and that's when you decide Boner of the Day with your vote. So right now, pick one of these 3 to send forward to the final round. Here we go. This is round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a can't buy it, gotta win it Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1, the fact of a paddle being in the classroom at all should tell investigators all they need to know. A Florida principal is being investigated after a video surfaced of her paddling a 6-year-old student in front of her mother at an elementary school. The principal, Melissa Carter of Central Elementary School in Clewiston, Florida, struck the girl with the paddle last month, according to a cell phone video of the episode. In an email on Monday, Robert J. Egley, the deputy superintendent at the Hendry County School District, said the situation is still under investigation and would not provide any further details. The Clewiston Police Department, which is also investigating the matter, said its inquiry was, quote, ongoing. Brent Probinski, a lawyer for the mother, said the woman had received a call on April 13th from the school saying her daughter had damaged a computer screen at the school, which is about 80 miles. It's in about 80 miles. It doesn't matter where it is. It's in Florida, okay?
Yes, it's all Florida.
It's in Florida. The woman, Mr. Probinski said, was told to bring $50 to the school to pay for the damage to the computer screen, which he said she did.
Okay.
The cell phone video of the episode, the student bent over a chair as Ms. Carter, the principal, struck her 3 times with a paddle while they stood next to a school clerk. After the first strike, the video shows the child beginning to cry, moving away from the chair, but the 2 women reposition the child. Put your hands down, they say, and then hit again twice with the paddle. The child complained of severe pain on the lower back and buttocks. I was appalled at how brutal this principal beat this child, said Mr. Probinski. The girl's mother told television station that she was horrified at how her daughter had been beaten. It's corporal punishment, which is defined as paddling, spanking, or other forms of physical punishment, is permitted in 19 states, mainly in the South. Students are typically spanked with paddles that measure up to 2 feet long and several inches wide. And then you drill holes in the paddle, so it'll move through the air. Yeah, it'll move through the air better.
And you know what? It's just aside from the fact that this is a terrible thing to do to a child, it doesn't work. I mean, what you're trying to do is correct behavior.
I know.
It doesn't do that.
No, I can't tell you the number of times I got paddled at school.
And look at you. You
over and over and over again. Well, over and over and over again. And it was always for the same thing.
You never learn.
No. Boner candidate number 1, the fact of a paddle being in the classroom at all should tell investigators all they need to know. Boner candidate number 2, my birthday money, gone just like that. It's kind of funny, a video showing this woman being, very, very excited about this pink balloon that she's gotten for her birthday. And it's tied, the pink balloon is tied in a ribbon, and it's sitting over a box.
Okay.
And it's kind of tied to the box. And the woman's so excited, and she undoes the ribbon, and it's a helium-filled balloon. And this pink balloon that says happy birthday on it starts to float up into the sky, and the woman realizes there's a trail of like dollar bills or $5 bills hanging down from the bottom of the balloon, and she realizes that just a little bit too late as the balloon sails away from her with the birthday money attached to it. It just happened in a split second. I didn't have a chance to react. Everybody was just in total shock watching, said Ms. Walker, the person that it happened to. It didn't occur to me that there would be cash attached to the balloon.
No, why would you think that? Why would
I feel
whose idea was this?
I don't know. I felt really stupid at first. I mean, who would open a helium balloon outside on a windy day, she said. She says she has yet to retrieve the money.
It'll end up in a tree somewhere, and it'll be a fun find for somebody else.
Boner candidate number 2, my birthday money gone just like that. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, you know, you should judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps.
Yes. All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Former Twisted Sister frontman Dee Snider, who I believe famously filed his incisor teeth into points at one time.
No, he
that's
didn't.
not true.
He didn't do it?
No.
What did he do? Put fake teeth on?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. He told everybody that he filed them. At any rate, he won a $1.2 million copyright infringement case against Australian politician Clive Palmer. According to the Sydney Morning Herald, a judge ruled that the politician, Mr. Palmer, used the rhythm and melody from the song We're Not Gonna Take It in a 2019 campaign ad without Twisted Sister's permission. Palmer had argued that he came up with his campaign song, which features the lyrics, Australians ain't gonna cop it, no Australians not gonna cop it, Australia's not gonna cop it anymore.
So it's terrible.
Yeah.
On top of it.
Independently, and that Snyder had no right to the
came
copyright.
Up with that on his own?
Yeah.
He said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Australians are going to take... It's not even the right number of syllables.
A statement from Snyder helped clarify that his song was inspired by and so Mr. Palmer said it sounds an awful lot like "Come All Ye Faithful," that Christmas song, you know.
No.
Dee Snider says no. I did not copy "Come All Ye Faithful." I came up with that melody and those words, and the judge agreed finally and said he wins
money.
the $1.2 million.
Good for him.
Oh, come all ye faithful.
Yeah. And I know Katie will be excited about this. Katie for short, our producer. She likes the Fast and the Furious franchise. And I know she's not the only one.
No.
But she's the only one in this room.
There's a couple of other people out there that like it, yeah.
But she's the only one in this room, I think, that likes them.
I can't say because I haven't really seen them, so I can't say
they're terrible, but I will always love them. So,
so Vin Diesel plays Dom in these, but they've never given him an origin story.
Right.
You know, just how did Dom come to be who he was and what he is?
You get little bits of backstory from him and his sister talking and kind of things like that.
In the new Fast and Furious #9, they're going to give him a whole origin story. Mm-hmm. They're going to really, really do it up so that you will finally his character will make sense. No, not really.
Now we're 9 movies in. Now we're getting to this.
They had to figure out something else after, unfortunately, Paul Walker died. So
Disneyland has reopened. And California, L.A. County, that is, reported no new COVID-19 deaths for the first time in 410 days. California now boasts the lowest virus rates in the country.
Yep.
Nice.
So naturally, you want to recall Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Well, they're being very good about getting people vaccinated there.
Yeah. So health officials warned that that this landmark figure may be just an undercount because of delays in reporting COVID figures on the weekends, but still, it's good news. And Disneyland is reopening, and I think only Californians can go there.
Yep, only locals.
For the time being. Utah reported 7-day rolling average for the percent of positivity of people over people. That now stands at 6.6. As of Monday, 2,184,859 vaccines had been administered in Utah. 132 people are in the hospital with COVID-19 in the state, but no new deaths were reported. No new deaths reported. Most Utah cities are now offering walk-in clinics for vaccines.
No appointment necessary.
Yeah, no appointment necessary. Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, you can get a shot without an appointment. Salt Lake County Health Department is running the walk-in clinic for the vaccine in an effort to reach more people as demand has slowed somewhat across the state. Many people say they still face trouble booking an appointment. Well, you don't have to do it anymore.
No, and I heard a report this morning that the D-Events Center up in Ogden, they're going to stay open later because part of the complaints, people are like, well, I work till 5 and I can't. So they're going to stay open till 7 o'clock starting tonight. But they're talking about closing down that location because the vaccinations have dropped off so much. So it is a walk-in clinic at the D-Event Center. You don't need an appointment, and they're staying open later. Don't miss out on your opportunity to get the vaccine there before they close it down.
It'd be a mistake to close that down so quickly. I mean, for several reasons, but one being that the Pfizer vaccine's probably going to be approved for kids. By late this week or next week. So they shouldn't close it.
Now, I said earlier that a California woman had been killed by a bear while walking her dogs. I misstated that. It was a Colorado woman, 39-year-old woman walking her dogs near Durango, Colorado, found dead Friday night after an apparent bear attack. When her boyfriend returned home, he found the dogs were there, but the woman was missing. He went out looking for her and found her body, and it had every indication that she had been attacked and mauled by a bear. First Lady Jill Biden is going to be in Utah this week. She's going to go visit a school. This is tomorrow. She will visit Glendale Middle School. Nobody knows precisely why she picked that school. She's the one who picked it, or her people are the ones who picked it. The school is one of 2 stops for Jill Biden, the First Lady. She will also visit a COVID-19 vaccination center in Salt Lake County after she visits the school.
Now, when is this?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I'm just waiting for all the parents to pull their kids from school that day.
Well, I think, interestingly
not hear
enough,
her message.
They're not in school that day.
Ah, okay.
That's a day where they're doing
work from home day.
Yeah, working from home. Republican Liz Cheney made it clear Monday that she will continue to publicly denounce former President Donald Trump over his false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. And people who know these kinds of things say, she's probably going to be stripped of all of her committee responsibilities.
For being reasonable? For accepting
she is one of the leaders in the Republican Party in the House, and they are probably going to strip her of all responsibility and her any position of power.
For being willing to say the emperor has no clothes. She's the one that stood up and said, what's wrong with all of you people?
And there are people who analyze these things saying her political career maybe is over because she refuses to support the big lie.
It's true, because in order to be a member of the Republican Party these days, you have to reject fact. You have to get in on the story to please the orange god. That's all they do, is everything they say is to please the orange god.
And then an elusive spider related to the tarantula, the triantula, as we say in Utah, has just joined the ranks of recognized spiders. It is the pine Rockland trapdoor spider. It lives in the Florida Everglades, and it is a rare breed. It's only been spotted a handful of times since the 1920s, and only recently did the clever arachnid get its name for the habitat it lives in, according to Rebecca Godwin, an associate professor of biology at Piedmont University. The spiders likely live in the pine Rockland habitat of southern Florida. That's the only place they live, and I guess to other spiders they're attractive, but it's kind of an ugly spider. It's big, and it's big like a tarantula, but most tarantulas are brown or reddish. This one is black. Ugh.
Oh, like the one behind Katie? Is it kind of like that one? Is it related to
it's
that?
really nothing like that fake spider.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Well, we just keep getting warmer and sunnier and nicer. Today, high of 67. We could be up to 85 by Thursday, Friday. Very, very warm. Then we'll cool back down a little bit for the weekend, but still sunny, it looks like. So enjoy that. Traffic, we have couple issues to tell you about. We have traffic lights not working. SR 224 at Ute Boulevard in Summit County. This is the intersection near the Kimball Junction ramps to and from I-80. Expect delays as you exit I-80 and head toward Park City. Crashed at the exit ramp from I-15 southbound to go 2100 north Lehigh. Left side of the ramp is blocked. Stay to the right there. And what do you see? You can text it to us if you want to share it with friends of the program, only if it's safe for you to do that, though, please. 33986. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard. Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps.
Mm-hmm.
So Senator Lee is up for re-election in 2022, but he's campaigning and raising money now, and he plans to raise money. Well, this actually has already occurred. It was in February.
Yeah, it was a while
An
ago.
exclusive and pricey fundraiser at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. There is a photo of an invitation to the event. The invitation says that Lee, by the way, it costs $10,000 a person to go to this, and Lee will be joined by 2 controversial guests, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida and Representative Lauren Boebert. She's the gun-toting woman from Rifle, Colorado, I think it is. Yeah. So it's really comforting to know that if you want to have access to Senator Lee, you can go to Florida and spend $10,000 to do it. Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz, special guests at this dinner, a VIP dinner. Oh, it's it's not per person, it's per couple. $10,600.
Oh, that's a bargain there.
Yeah,
per couple.
$5,000 per person. That's
And I think you get your choice of chicken or fish, and yeah.
But you were right.
The all-you-can-eat potato bar. Yeah.
You were saying yesterday that at the Utah Republican convention, if Matt Gaetz had walked today, not back in February before we knew any of the other stuff, today, Matt Gaetz walks on stage, he gets a better reception than Mitt Romney.
Oh,
Probably.
Yeah. That's the today's GOP, man.
Yeah. So there you go. There you go. Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the fact of a paddle being in the classroom at all should tell investigators what they need to know. This is the story of a Florida principal under investigation for paddling a 6-year-old student in front of her mother, which was weird. Boner candidate number 2, my birthday money gone, just like that. A woman opening a birthday present, which was a helium balloon, pink balloon, and it had money attached to it. She opened it outside, and the money floats off into the sky. And boner candidate number 3, Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps.
All right, here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here does not make it boner of the day. You see, we have round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll do this again and get another winner there. Then we'll take both of our winners and put them both against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, what we're doing is sending one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They'd be happy to talk to you. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 4, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do so, so let's go. This is round 1.
Nonstop.
You want to open up the Batman?
Do you want me to do this?
Trading
Yeah,
cards?
do it.
And,
Do it. Come on, do it.
So this is from 1980 what?
It says 1989. This is from a classic pack of Batman movie. You know, the first, the Michael Keaton one, not the first Batman movie, but the Michael Keaton one.
The real Batman.
Well, yeah. From 1989. Adam West. But this is, it's not valuable because it's the second series.
Okay.
And so they're selling these at the comic book store at Dr. Volt's for just like $2.
Mm-hmm.
But these are, I thought they were reproductions because that's the new thing now. For those of us who are still fishing for our nostalgia from our childhood, they're recreating things from our childhood in the exact way, like the Star Wars action figures and Mego action figures and all that. I thought this was a reproduction when I saw it on sale.
But
no,
really, it's original.
These are from 1989 Batman trading cards.
So
9 cards.
That gum is how
9
old?
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick bubble gum.
That gum is,
do the math.
See.
Tell me how old this gum is.
1989, so 1990, that'd be 31 years old.
31-year-old gum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You're not going to do... Oh. Really?
Right.
Now, it doesn't have that smell that gum... And
no,
it's gonna be as brittle as a piece of floor tile,
No, that is okay. So the first thing we get is a sticker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sticker of the Joker. Now it's an artist's rendition of Nicholson as the Joker.
Okay.
So all right, so there's that. And the cards, some of them are art cards.
Oh.
Production
Cool.
art cards. They use.
Yeah.
To help frame the thing. And then the others are, Batman's public service, that there's pictures of Jack Nicholson and there's the Batmobile parked in the Bat Cave,
Mm-hmm.
So it's a trading card. So it's like the old trading cards. All right, so here we go.
Now show us the gum first before you eat it. Does it have that white powder on it?
It used to. Let's see. Okay, so there's the gum.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you can see this at x96.com/live.
Now, is it the size of one of the cards? Oh, no, it's not.
It's like a stick of gum.
You want a comparison?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it was the gum in there was like the size of a card or just slightly smaller than the whole card.
That looks like a piece of Trident.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
All right. 30-year-old gum. Oh, God.
It crunched.
Crunchy.
I think it broke my teeth. Yeah, the chat room is saying this is a bad idea. I'm starting to agree with them.
Yeah, don't eat it. Don't do any more of that. I'm just wondering if it still forms into gum.
It doesn't sound like gum.
It's not forming into gum.
It's just staying in crumbles on your.
It's staying in dry crumbles.
I think you should spit it out.
So like the soul leaves a body, the essence of the gum has left the gum.
Yeah, spit it out.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's too
now,
bad.
Now, someone said, this is awfully radio stunty of you guys. To which I say, well, that's what happens when the mayor doesn't call. So
we
well,
fall
you could
back.
have had the mayor here.
We were hoping to put some information out, something that could help you. But instead, I'm eating 30-year-old gum because the mayor didn't call.
City Hall and blame and blame the mayor.
So let her know that she's ruining our show by not showing up.
She could have been having important mayoral business.
Yes.
That's not our problem. Although she's now made it our problem.
Okay, it's 7:50. Let's award round one of your boner.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some shrimp curry soup or stew. It was really.
It was in a bowl. It was
almost like you're creating it in your head right now. The way you're saying it,
Yeah,
it's like
it was-
doesn't exist, and you're making it exist.
It was delicious.
And Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
Well, boner candidate number one did very well. The paddling, the principal paddling a 6-year-old, I think it was, student, really hard in front of her mother, which I thought was also
really
very odd.
That surprised me.
Got a lot of votes. Boner candidate number two, my birthday money gone, just like that. Didn't get squat. Got 7 votes is all. Boner candidate number 3, Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps. This is harking back to February of this year, I think it was. He did a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, raised money for his re-election campaign. Mike Lee cost $10,600 per couple, and his guest speakers were Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert. 2 horrible people.
Yep.
And
but the current, fresh, new faces of the Republican Party. Yeah.
Ned won a boner T-shirt, and Mike Lee edged out the paddling and wins boner round 1.
So Mike Lee beats paddling a child in front of its mother.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Wow. Why is he still in office if people hate him this much? Why?
Because not enough of the right people hate
Well,
him, Carrie.
that was just 126 people who listened to our show.
That's true. Well, we can try harder next election. But that is that he's winning there. He's the winner of round 1. He goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. Take both winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fights.
You know, we were talking earlier about our intern, Groover, one of our fine interns of the past, who enjoyed very much, I recall, if I would ask him to get me some water. He loved doing
He didn't enjoy that.
Oh, yes, he did.
He enjoyed bringing you water.
He mentions that all the time. I wish I
I
were
think
back
he's-
there. I loved getting you water.
I think
No.
he's being sarcastic. I'm sure he
No,
would
wait,
have rather
Gina,
done
Gina,
like
Gina, stop. Think of
radio
Groover.
things.
Think of Groover. Sarcastic, huh?
Although
No.
he did have that condition where he spits a lot, so maybe that's got something to do with it.
So I was thinking of, and we've been thinking about these interns lately. And Katie, you put something on Facebook about. Did we get any response on that from former interns?
Oh, you surprised her. She's got to go and look.
Because I saw one of our interns yesterday, and actually visited with one of our interns for a while.
Who?
Dick Clark.
Oh,
yes.
how's Dick doing?
How is he? I haven't heard from him in ages.
Came and sat on my front porch with me for a while. We've both been vaccinated, so we were socially distanced, and we were outside, and so we didn't wear masks, and chatted, and he's doing okay, he's doing well, and and I tried to remember after he left if we had a nickname for him. Was it Good Looking?
No, he was just
No.
Dick Clark.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't good looking intern.
Okay.
He was just Dick Clark.
Because he was good
He had
looking.
he had an interesting enough name that it just that was enough on its own.
Is Dick ever explained to you? Because I used to see him all the time on Twitter, and did he just drop it all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It was
Needed a
not
break.
good.
Sometimes you need a break.
It was not good for his mental health, as he put it.
That's
I need
that's
to-
good then.
Yeah, I need to divorce myself from Twitter, and he did.
That's good.
But he's doing well. He's got a good job and works from home, and yeah, doing well.
See, that's what social media is for, is to let you know of your friends, who's still out there. We don't need to hear about, how you're not going to get vaccinated. We just need to know you're still there, and you post, "Hi, how are things?" That's what
Well,
social media is for. all right?
I want to hear from more former interns of the Radio from Hell show, because there've been so many.
Yes.
Maybe they didn't have a good experience, and that's why they're not. Nobody answered our Facebook.
Nobody responded to that.
Or they're smart and they don't get up early anymore.
I know some. There were some interns, I think, who loved being part of the group and all of that. And
They love bringing you water. More interns that loved. If you loved bringing Bill water, we want to hear from you.
I didn't say that, Gina. I didn't say that at all, as a matter of fact. The only reason I brought it up with Groover is that as a matter of fact, if you go to my cubicle right now, there's a little sign hanging there that he left there that said, Bill, I've stopped by. You weren't here. I'm sorry I missed you. I sure loved bringing you water.
Wow.
I think it's because he became a plumber.
That's it?
Yeah.
His goal in life is to bring water to people?
Yeah, that's what I think. He realized.
I'm bringing water to your homes now and businesses.
I liked. We had a.
See,
great-
I always thought that interns should be like, they're there to learn radio things. And you always seem to think they were there to do, clean your desk and bring you water and run errands for you.
I think that was always back in the day. That was always an accepted part of being an intern in any job.
Mm-hmm.
You not only you got to learn how to do the job, but part of that, the price you pay, was to you had to sharpen the pencils and
The
keep
price
the
you
coffee
pay is
hot.
not getting paid. That's the price you pay.
No, that's not the case. You can't do that anymore.
But that you used to, when Groover was an intern, he didn't get paid back when.
No,
that
he got
crop
paid
of it.
in knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge.
I
that
know
he was,
exactly how to bring Bill his water.
Knowledge that he was not cut out for radio. He was going to be a plumber.
I was going to say, what knowledge did he gain?
Yeah.
He learned.
Well, part of the problem was too is that we didn't have a system in place where the person who was in charge of the interns would set them to tasks that were radio related.
Yeah, that's part of it.
That kind of a nice
also,
way
the
to put
attitude
it.
was, why should I train them how to do this thing? Because they're going to be leaving soon, and I'll have to train someone else to do this thing again.
Yeah.
Kind of missing the point of all being an intern, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, but we haven't had new interns in a while. God bless, Skip and
Yes.
Miriam, who've hung in there throughout the pandemic.
And can we even call them interns anymore since they've been
Yeah.
there for so long?
Well, yeah, maybe not.
They're employees.
But you
We
can't,
couldn't do it without them.
That's
you
true.
can't do free internships anymore.
Nope.
Businesses do not do them.
Because they were exploiting people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean,
It's
you
part of
should
the learning experience.
You should teach an intern how to do traffic for you, Gina, so you don't have to.
Well, no, because then they'll take my job. I don't.
Traffic.
Let's see if we have anything new to report. Yeah, the last thing I have is that issue in Lehigh, and that was about 45 minutes ago, so it could be cleared up. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 283 in Lehigh. I bet that's all taken care of, so you should be having a smooth commute. Now, if you're out there going, this isn't smooth, there's nothing smooth about this, well, then text it to us, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with games. Jonathan Deasing is here from the 3-Bit Gamer podcast to tell us what's available this month.
I hope he gets his energy up, man.
And round 2 of your boners on the way as well. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
If you don't have to be an intern. You can just get a job. What you need to do is go to the Department of Workforce Services website, jobs.utah.gov, and register for the job fair, which I believe is this Thursday. There are
10
good
to 1.
jobs.
It's 10 to 1 this Thursday, and it's absolutely free. So registering doesn't mean you have to pay anything. It's just going to make it easier for you to navigate the fair.
You create an account, and then you sign into My Job Search and find the event on the calendar and register. And there will be about 100 employers available on Thursday, and you can go from employer to employer to employer and see if you can find a good job, a job that's a good fit for you. There are lots of things available, too.
Healthcare, IT, construction, retail, transportation, banking, and you don't have to have any experience.
No.
A lot of these employers will train you on the job and pay you to train you.
And full or part-time as well, and telecommuting jobs. Go to jobs.utah.gov.
Moms are all.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think it,
you're
but I think it might be
Italian. You should-
Veneto.
No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals.
Without-
It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner Marco came out and he said, "I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone." You know, has the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other, and it's so big the whole table can share it.
Wow!
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us
raw meat right here.
Yeah, and it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old, and then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of
What?
Like green and white.
Or did he have that in his pocket?
No,
did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
are
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, now I'm going to go back and cook it.
Come
But
here,
I
come
just show.
There you go. All right.
So she.
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak.
It was more than that.
It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But four people
for
shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for
it.
eating a $100 steak.
And
It was. I've never tasted anything like it.
it was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle.
we were,
way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was. We all just had little bits of it, but.
You way to go, 1%er.
Up Snuffy and Guffy. And let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened, we look at the camera. What has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
It's
they?
a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, it's time to do the
news.
news.
You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to
Yeah.
remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. There were no, they didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big Boy News, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime what is
Actually,
happening.
I guess they did have. So me, Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
Well,
his.
says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith and Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith and Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if our
stations?
country station had that. But No.
No.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith and Edward.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's
just Pete.
You outed him.
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Smith and Edwards.
the country boy
Sure,
store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send him a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in Army surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crime what is happening.
I'll see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I? All right.
Edge! I'm telling you, Edge!
All right. Is this sponsored, Gino?
No, go ahead.
All
Go.
right, get right to it. Let's go.
All right. Here he is. He is one of the hosts of the 3-Bit Gamer podcast. His name is Jonathan Deasing, and I hope, Jonathan, that you've got plenty of coffee in you, so that usually you're so downbeat when you're talking about these video games. I hope you've got plenty of energy.
I got to give you a warning, Bill. I am fairly downbeat because I got my second shot yesterday.
Oh.
So the only thing that can keep my energy levels down is like a gigantic virus ravaging through my body. So I will do my best. This month is awesome for games. It is. It's actually surprising because I think I've mentioned a couple times earlier that this year isn't super great because we're kind of feeling all the effects of the game industry felt in 2020. Now they're kind of reverberating to this year, but we still have a couple good ones. The first one out is out on the 7th. It's called Resident Evil Village. This is the 7th installment in the Resident Evil series, which, I mean, I'd say it's a zombie series, but it hasn't really been that for a while.
Yeah.
This one takes place in another creepy European village where you are there for some reason. I never really know why the protagonists
Just
go
'cause.
to these villages. I mean, there's generally like an ostensible reason, like someone's president's daughter has been kidnapped. But even then, I'm like, this whole village is filled with vampires and werewolves and mermen. So that's what you're looking at. It looks so spooky. If you're into this, it's on everything on May 7th. Next up, we've got Hood, Outlaws, and Legends. This is also out on everything on May 10th. This is a multiplayer heist game featuring the characters from the Robin Hood mythos. So we're talking like Little John with a flail just mashing on people, and Maid Marian has a crossbow. And I mean, you see in the trailer, she just shoots an arrow through someone's throat.
Cool.
Like it's real, man. Yeah, it's finally the Robin Hood everyone didn't know they wanted. So the idea of this game is that you work with a team to conduct these heists and steal money from the state, which is, the Robin Hood thing. However, what's going on is there's also other rival gangs that are trying to conduct the same heist because, you're only you're an outlaw until you actually pull it off, and then you become a legend. I guess is the idea.
Okay.
Gotcha. Another one. This is a re-release. You guys are probably familiar with this. Is Mass Effect. The Legendary Edition. So Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 that came out on like Xbox 360 back in the day and PlayStation 3. This big space opera series where you're playing as a singular character that carries on, which is really neat. Like all of his decisions and personality traits can carry on through all three games. He's just an elite human soldier. You're fighting essentially against kind of a Lovecraftian space horror monster. And he's trying to like unite the galaxy, and it's a very disparate, very complex political galaxy. And that's kind of the idea is that it's a kind of a Game of Thrones thing. Like there's a huge thing looming over us, but there's a bunch of BS that we have to get through politically.
Do I win?
It depends on your decisions, Bill. Sometimes you win.
Yeah.
The thing about this one is that it's the same games, but the graphics are so much better. So
it's so cool. Yeah, so if you either A, didn't play them, or B, haven't played them for 10 years, like it's not going to be like a shock when you come and look at these and you're like, oh, these look so bad. Like they've really freshened them up, and they've added a ton of like quality of life improvements. So, when you have a game that's like 10, 15 years old, you have 10, 15 years of people whining about problems in it, and they've fixed a lot of those, which is really cool. So a lot of things that people griped about for a while have been kind of buffed out. The next one is Knockout City. This one is crazy. It might remind you guys of like Fortnite. This is on PC, Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. This is a big multiplayer game. Well, it's not that big. It's ultimate dodgeball. You're playing dodgeball in a city. You're running around. You have these crazy different balls that you can choose, or you can charge your throw up and make it more accurate. Your positioning matters.
Wait a minute.
Charge your throw up?
Wait a minute.
You mean your vomit? Or what
guys?
Charge your throw.
That's been the only thing on my head this morning. Is
I'm
trying to keep it down.
Charge up your
throw to make it more powerful.
Charge up
Bill and
your
I heard the same thing there. Okay.
I was with you, Jonathan.
So in Knockout City, you aggressively vomit on your opponent.
I don't know.
No,
It could be.
I'd watch that.
I would watch it too. That would be a cool game. And then the final game. This one is what I'm most excited about. I think people have been waiting for this for like 5 years. It's called Biomutant. It's on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. So it's not on the next gen consoles, which, like Gina and I, you can't get them anyway. So who cares?
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope. So this one's on May. Because this one comes out at the end of the month, May 25th. You play as a rodent or some mammalian creature. You play as this mutated creature in a world of other mutated animals. And just like any animal game, there's a tree of life. It's being poisoned. You got to fix it. You got to find out what's poisoning it. Yeah. Classic stuff. But what's so crazy about this is this game allows you to tweak your genetic code. That's the whole idea, is that everyone's mutated because of whatever poison. And so what this means is, like, when you're in the character create, so you're building your little rodent character. If you make him fatter, for example, he'll have more health. He'll be tankier. If you make him trimmer, though, he'll be faster and more agile. If you make his head bigger, he'll be smarter. But obviously he won't be as, like, he'll be a little slower and stuff. So, and this carries on throughout the game. So, like, you can add different, like, mutated components to your genetic code, which also carries the same type of gameplay carries onto your weaponry. So you just, like, pick up an old toothbrush and, like, some old broom handle, and now you can start assembling a different weapon out of that. And then if you find another cool piece of trash in the world, you can then add that to your gun and try to change it and tweak it and update it. So you're constantly just doing all these things. It looks so cool.
Yeah, and he does look like a weasel or a stoat or something like that.
There are previews. There are previews of all of those on our website at x96.com. All of them look quite fun. And Jonathan, I hope you feel better tomorrow. You will.
Yep.
You will feel better.
I will. Oh, yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, guys.
The 3-Bit Gamer Show, Jonathan is one of the hosts of that, and they talk about this stuff all the time. New episodes available now. All right?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Traffic, please.
Yeah, I'm seeing some slowage that I don't know what is causing it. Looks like northbound I-15, probably in Murray area. Nothing's being reported, but on the cameras, I've got red cameras in that area. So if you're in that area and you're like, I know what the problem is, I'm looking at it right now, well, you can text it to us, 33986. Friend of the program says, freeway driving in Lehigh is smooth. The incident is gone. Thank you for reporting on that. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard. Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
All right.
Boners round 2. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, what was he trying to accomplish here? Number 2, they tried to steal my children. And number 3, they had special needs, and they were fat.
All right. We got round 2 of your boners. Big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale, up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
like you would. Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
of course he did.
Yeah.
And so yesterday.
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
No, he has a brother who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
Well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say that to your husband, your Egyptian husband,
he's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
It'll fool 'em.
authentic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we go to the country fair and
The country fair.
the country fair, and come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair, and Joe said, "What happened to
The pastries
The
that I was so looking
pastries.
forward to eating.
And I said, well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those. And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, the Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
yeah.
country. Yeah.
I'm like, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
of course
said
they
it.
didn't
No.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
For me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try them.
No, I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about
germs.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know. Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
Will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She
Oh.
won't walk
Oh.
She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
Difficult.
Till you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're
Sure.
drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
he's-
cautious.
It's
That's
Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
Yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam.
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam. All right, 8:21 right now. And it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Winning here makes sure that it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. That was an hour ago. It's Mike Lee. It's going to be a good candidate. So, but what this means is we'll send the winner of this round forward to go up against the winner of round 1 to boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day for today. Right now, choose strategically in your choice to send round 1's candidate forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Sparkfish is Utah Deal Shopper's best kept secret. They sell everything from baby items to tactical gear and always beat any advertised price by 10%. Come see them 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, all month long during the May Sparktacular event, and enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill. Sparkfish is located in Lehigh, right down the street from the roller mills, and a random boner voter will receive a $50 gift card to Sparkfish.
Here's boner candidate number 1. What exactly was he trying to accomplish here? A Texas man was arrested after he allegedly bought a Dodge Durango using someone else's identity and then called 911 to falsely report that the vehicle had been stolen. 35-year-old Dustin S. Fell was charged with theft between $10,000 and $100,000, false alarm, and a complaint to 911, obstructing identification and also resisting a peace officer. A criminal complaint filed in Lake County Circuit Court alleges that Fell called 911 at 2 p.m. on April 21st. He called with the purpose of making a false report when he reported his vehicle stolen under a false name. Officers with the Deerfield Police Department responded to investigate the call. Officers asked Mr. Fell for his name, and he gave them a false name. And then Fell was transported to the Deerfield Police Department and asked to provide fingerprints or further identification.
What was the truck stolen or not?
Well, sort of. He responded when they asked him for more identification, like fingerprints. He responded to the police, "F you. You can only hold me for 30 days anyway." Officers learned through their investigation that the name Fell initially provided them was actually the name of an identity theft victim. I'm not sure exactly what he was trying to accomplish here.
Is he trying to frame somebody,
or was he trying to get it? Did he feel bad and got himself arrested because he sort of stole the truck?
So he got the truck using a stolen credit card, somebody else's identity. Then he called and reported the truck stolen.
Wow. There's just,
I don't know.
Yeah,
you
can't.
So that's why I call it. What was he trying to accomplish here?
I don't know.
Here's boner candidate number 2. They tried to steal my children. Well, criminal charges have been filed against a California mother and social media influencer who allegedly falsely accused a Latino couple of trying to kidnap her kids. People magazine confirms that Katie Sorensen, whose age was not released, was charged with providing false information to police and giving false information to a police dispatcher. The charges come 4 months after Sorensen accused a Petaluma couple of attempting to kidnap her 2 children. She told the police the failed abduction took place outside of a craft store. Afterwards, Ms. Sorensen outlined the allegations in 2 Instagram videos that went viral.
Yeah, they got a lot of hits because that's what's important.
Getting millions of views. According to police, Sorensen reported that what she described as suspicious behavior from a man and a woman toward her children in a parking lot of a Michaels a craft store on December 7th. At that time, she told police authorities the couple made comments concerning the children's appearance and followed her out to her car, loitered suspiciously, and then left when noticed by another individual nearby. Surveillance footage stills of the couple were even released to the media. But days later, the Petaluma Police Department announced that the way they were investigating, they were investigating whether the incident was potentially falsely reported to authorities. Sadie and Eddie Martinez, the parents of 5 accused by Sorensen of attempted kidnapping, spoke to the local paper about the charges against them. "We're happy with the news," Sadie told the paper. "It's a nice step toward justice. It gives you hope that they didn't believe her false claims against us."
They were just shopping. And this woman, and when you get, would she have 1 million or over 1 million views on her Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
And these people's picture was put out, they could have been harassed and harmed, and they probably were harassed about it. She completely made it up.
Yep. Boner candidate.
She needed the hits, Gina.
Yeah, that's what it.
Boner candidate number 2. They tried to steal my children.
No, they didn't.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. They had special needs and they were fat.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Feel the music as computer graphics and lasers take you on a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium's light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets available at clarkplanetarium.org.
The Crown Prosecution Services in the United Kingdom may be weighing whether to bring sexual assault charges against Kevin Spacey in half a dozen cases. However, on this side of the Atlantic, the much-accused Oscar winner looks to have sidestepped some very damning allegations and perhaps a $40 million damages charge against him. A federal judge in New York denied an anonymous accuser of the one-time House of Cards star his move to keep his identity private. So the accuser wanted to keep his identity private, but the judge said, no, if you're going to go ahead with this suit, you have to let it be known who you are. While the pseudonym CD, plaintiff in question, has 10 days to refile the matter under his real name, the man's lawyers have already told the court that their client feels that he is emotionally unable to proceed with the action and will discontinue his claims. That doesn't mean Kevin Spacey is out of
innocent.
The woods, or and he's still got other charges pending against him. Authorities have arrested several people after the mummified body of the leader of the spiritual group Love Has Won was found wrapped in a sleeping bag and decorated with Christmas lights in a southern Colorado home.
How have I not? This is part of my algorithm of things I look for. How did that not pop up in my news feed?
Amy Carlson, who was known as Mother God by her followers, was found dead in a home in the tiny rural town of Moffat on Wednesday, April 28th, according to arrest affidavits for 7 people who are each charged with abuse of a corpse. A follower told investigators, he knew the woman as Leah Carlson, and a Saguache County Sheriff's Corporal wrote in the affidavit that Carlson is believed to be the leader of the group. It's unclear why the follower provided the name Leah. The follower, who has not been charged, told investigators he had taken a group of people who needed a place to stay, and he found the body in a back bedroom when he returned home Wednesday following a trip to Denver. He reported the discovery to the cops and said he believed the group had transported Carlson's body to his home from California. The mummified remains appear to be set up in some type of shrine and have what appears to be glitter makeup on and around the eyes, according to the affidavit. They said that they searched an SUV on the property and said the back seat was laid down in a position consistent with somebody transporting a mummified remain. So there's a certain way you put down the back seat, if you're going to transport mummified remains.
Bill, I think you need to get to Denver immediately and get to the bottom of this.
Well, that is my superpower. I can go to Denver whenever I like. Boom, and I'm there. But then I have to have bus fare to get back. This is apparently the sheriff's office has gotten many complaints from families across the country saying that Love Has Won, this group Love Has Won, is brainwashing people and stealing their money. And but apparently the leader of the group is dead and mummified. There's
I
more.
want a Netflix documentary.
I was going to say,
yeah,
get on
more. There's more to come, I'm sure. And I think, just quickly, there's a famous restaurant. And this is kind of a big deal, I think. It's been shut down because of the pandemic. It's in New York. This restaurant is called 11 Madison Park, and it's very exclusive, run by Chef Daniel Hum, and it's like one of those places that you just almost can't ever get a reservation. It's very expensive. Well, Mr. Hum, the chef, made a promise to himself if he was going to reopen 11 Madison Park, the Manhattan restaurant that has been called the best in the world. He said, I'm not going to return importing caviar and braising celery root in pig's bladders. On Monday, Mr. Hum announced that 11 Madison Park, closed since last March because of the pandemic, will reopen with a completely plant-based menu. It marks a striking departure for one of the most lavishly praised American restaurants in the past 20 years.
There it is, Bill. The liberals are winning. The liberals want to take away your hamburgers, and they're doing it right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Why is it either totally plant-based menu or pig's bladder?
Well, here's
Why
what
can't
he
it be?
said. Here's what he said. Well, Gina,
Isn't there a
there
happy
can be.
medium
You
in
can
there
go to Hires.
somewhere?
You can go to Hires. Over the last 18 months, scrutiny of the meat and seafood-based diets for environmental and social reasons has intensified as the pandemic exposed weaknesses in the global food systems and underscored inequities in American life. Mr. Hum still offers plenty of red meat at his London restaurant, Davis
Guess
and
I'll
Brook.
go there.
Davis and Brook, but the move at 11 Madison Park, which has 4 stars from the New York Times and 3 from Michelin, suggests how different dining may look in the future.
Gina, see, the reason I said that whole the liberals
Yeah.
are taking, because that was an actual response to this story yesterday.
really?
All right. And then someone replied to that tweet, dude, there are 5 different restaurants within walking distance of this place that serve meat. All right?
It's fine to not.
It's
And I'm
okay.
kidding. It's, of course, fine for them to not serve.
It's
I
a
like things
business-
that aren't meat.
It's a business decision. let the free market decide, they said,
Exactly.
right?
It
I
says
keep
they're
hearing
keeping
that.
their pre-pandemic prices of at least $335 for an entree.
What?
Yep. Oh, it's a multi-course menu. That's
Oh,
how
well.
that's how they operate. They do you go in and they say, we'll give you, they give you 4 courses or something. $335 plus tip. But it'll be all plant-based. Going to be eating grass and clover.
And Cement Dave points out, unfortunately, Gina, everything at a London restaurant is cooked in pig's bladders anyway.
Oh, great.
Even the steak. All right, that's it. Sports, weather, traffic?
Let's see. The Jazz, they won. You can hop right back on that bandwagon, Bill. 110 to 99 over the San Antonio Spurs. They play again tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Let's see. Weather. We've got really nice, beautiful weather, actually. 67 and sunny today. 71 and sunny tomorrow. Sunny and 85 on Thursday. Friday, 77 for a high. Then the Saturday, Sunday will cool off just a little bit, but still looks like our chance for rain is nowhere in sight. So if you've got big Mother's Day plans this weekend, outside would be very doable for you. Traffic, we've got crash southbound Washington Boulevard at 13th Street. Cars are on the right shoulder. Don't seem to be causing any delays through there. And still looking for whatever that issue is, northbound I-15, looks like to be in about Murray. UDOT still hasn't reported anything to me. Maybe their cameras are malfunctioning there because nobody's texted anything either. But according to the camera, it looks like there's slow down there. So if you do see something, I would appreciate it if you texted it to us. Only if it's safe, though, of course. 33986 is where you do that. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service available.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, they had special needs, and they were fat. In a rare move, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has shut down the Triangle Cross Assisted Living Facility in Weld County. Inspectors for the department say that the facility intentionally humiliated, neglected, and punished its residents who are adults with special needs. According to the order suspending the facility's license, residents were underfed and underweight, Inspectors saw residents licking dirty plates and going through the trash for scraps. Randy Kuykendall, Director of Health Facilities and Emergency Medical Services Division of the department, signed off on the suspension order. He said the facility purposely imposed restrictive diets on these residents, these adults with special needs. Food had been withheld from them as a form of punishment, as well as a form of forced weight loss, said Kuykendall. We did observe on one occasion residents scavenging food from the disposal area. Karen Peterson had been a resident at the ranch since 2014. Peterson has Asperger's syndrome on the autism spectrum. She says everything was fine at the ranch until last year when staff changed and pandemic restrictions prevented family members from visiting. It was then that she was subjected to a diet punishment at the facility. She lost 30 pounds or something like that. They would blend all my food into shakes and make me drink all of my meals. She said it was horrible. No big explanation on why they decided to do this, but it was inhumane for sure. Boner candidate number 3, well, they had special needs and they were fat.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, now what was he trying to accomplish here? A Texas man arrested after buying a new car with stolen identity, then calling 911 on himself. Doesn't make any sense. Boner candidate number 2, they tried to steal my children. A mother who is an influencer, an internet influencer, has been charged after allegedly fabricating a story that a Latino couple had tried to kidnap her kids. And Boner candidate number 3, they had special needs and they were fat.
Okay. All right, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Because if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It has to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. That's why it's important in this round to choose strategically, because the winner here will go forward to battle the winner of round 1. All right? This happens at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, send one of these 3 forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth. They'd love to speak to you. A real-life human being, 877-602-9696. Or go online to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 4, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages, so let's go. This is round 2.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the
Now, they say
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that
he
was
says,
a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well,
They
what
say
does
Fox
it
smells
mean,
his
the
own little-
listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The
that's-
hearer's
yeah.
the.
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it
his
was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because
Yeah,
they leave
which
Chris's
side?
mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris
I-
is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
If okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the
you know,
president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
elect-
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What you mean? Like he leaned up?
So
Like he one cheek. He tried to one cheek
a
sneak.
one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so
Yeah.
condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Like, whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated.
not-
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Right. So we do have Utah Word of the Day in a moment. But first, let's award Boners Round 2.
Oh, it's almost like a knife in my side. Utah Word. Oh, yes. Boners Round 2 brought to you in part by some delicious grilled bread used to sop up the shrimp curry stew soup stuff.
There was sopping going on?
A lot of sopping.
And Sparkfish is every Utah deal shopper's best kept secret. They beat any advertised price by 10%. Enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill at Sparkfish in Lehigh.
So boner candidate number 1 was, what was he trying to accomplish here? A Texas man arrested after buying a new car with a stolen identity and then calling 911 on himself. No, it didn't get very many votes.
It was too confusing, I think.
Nobody cared. Just boner candidate number 2, they tried to steal my children. A influencer, an internet influencer. She had a lot of hits on her Instagram and her websites and so forth, but not enough, apparently, because she fabricated a story that a Latino couple had tried to kidnap her kids.
Totally made it up.
And boner candidate number 3, they had special needs. Oh, and they were fat. For some reason, it's not been explained, an assisted living facility for disabled disabled adults, people who have various learning disabilities or physical problems, they started putting them on this draconian, awful diets and making them, not giving them enough food and making them drink all of their food in the form of shakes and punishing them with withholding food from them and so forth. It was so bad that the Colorado department that regulates those things closed the facility down. Let's see. Brandon won a gift card, and the winner was boner candidate number 3. They had special needs, and they were fat.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of Round 2's boner voting. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day, depending on how well it does against the winner of Round 1's voting. You'll decide with your votes who Boner of the Day is, coming up at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fights. All right, Utah Word.
Well, why don't we do this giveaway quickly?
Okay.
Just let people know about it. It's X96's Mom's Day giveaway. Today we're giving Mom something shiny and beautiful. Text the word jewelry, 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 to 33986, and you'll win perhaps a $100 gift card to Lim Jewelers. And you'll also get entered into a drawing for the grand prize, which is all 5 daily prizes. Every day this week we have a different daily prize, and someone will win all of them. And Lim Jewelers is a great jewelry store that you should go look at stuff for Mom for this Mother's Day.
All right. Then let's do Utah Word of the Day now, brought to you by that contest.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day. And today's word is...
Sane. S-A-N-E. Sane. And oh boy, here they come. To use the word sane in a sentence the way a Utah native would use it. LeVar and LeGrand will carefully construct a sample dialogue on subject or subjects that a typical Utahn might muse upon, and they will weave the word sane into that dialogue so that you, the listener or student, if you will, of Utah words will better understand how native Utahns speak. This, by the way, is done as a public service to new arrivals to the Beehive State, and there are many. They come looking for freedom from the harsh regimes of other states, and yes, they come to Utah waving wads of cash, hoping to find a home sweet house to flip and resell for even more. So, for the newly arrived, here are our Utah boys with the word sane.
Hey, LeVar, I don't understand. Why is everybody saying that today is Star Wars Day? Is it like Darth Vader's birthday? Or did Captain Kirk do something special on this day? I mean, what's up?
Well, LeGrand, first off, Kirk ain't part of Star Wars. Kirk is Star Trek. And that's a whole different set of spacemen doing stuff in outer space.
Oh, yeah, right. That's right. I mean, they are both about space and shooting lasers at aliens and stuff like that. I'm just saying that it's a natural mistake for me to mix them up.
Hey, you aren't the only one to do it.
Yeah.
My wife is always mixing up Spock with Commander Data. And I'm always saying to her, one of them's a robot and one of them is not. And she'll always saying back to me, well, they both act like robots, but they really are two completely different space programs. Your Star Trek starts with Kirk saying, "Space, the final frontier." And Star Wars don't start that way at all. You have to read the beginning of that show.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. Long time ago in a galaxy far away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never really got that. I mean, how could it be long ago? I mean, they got spaceships and lasers and stuff. That's the stuff of the future. Don't make no sense.
Well,
but anyway, why is today Star Wars Day?
Well, because May the 4th.
Huh?
May the 4th be with you. How everyone in Star Wars is always saying, "May the Force be with you."
Well, yeah, they say Force, not Fourth. Nobody in Star Wars says, "May the Fourth be with you." I don't think any of the characters in Star Wars has a speech problem, which would cause them to go around saying, "May the Fourth be with you." Or maybe if Daffy Duck was in Star Wars and was a Jedi Master, then he would go around saying, "May the Fourth be with you," but he's not. I mean, Daffy has some familiarity with space because he was Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century, but he's not in Star Wars. You know what I'm saying?
LeGrand, I like you, and you are my longtime pal.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I just want to run out of the room screaming when I talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you drive me insane.
Well, okay, simmer down, take a deep breath. I hope the rest of your day goes better. And, may the Fourth be with you, too.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
All right, 8:56.
It's not the Force of May.
The what?
It's not the Force of May.
It's the 4th of May.
It's the 4th of May.
You know what
All right.
tomorrow is, of course.
Huh?
What?
It's Revenge of the 5th.
Yeah.
Is it?
We have to do this again tomorrow.
Oh, I thought it was Cinco de Mayo.
No.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up, and Boner Fight is on the way as well. Zero Res is the place to search on your search engine. Find a location near you. It's easy to do, and they do a great job.
Yeah, they Gina has them in her house. Don't they have a little kiosk outside your...
Well, I trust Zero Res. Two different ways you can find them online. ZeroResSaltLake.com, ZeroResDavisWeber.com, or you can do what I do. Just call them, 801-2880. And you're going to want to call them pretty quick because they've got that $33 per room deal going on. I just took advantage of that. I had them come do all of the carpet in all of my bedrooms, and I had them do the tile in my shower, which they do a great job with that as well.
That's $33 per room. Minimums do apply. Your home won't be just clean. It'll be like Gina's home. Zero Res clean. So give them a call. Zero Res. It's 801-288-0, ZERO, or ZeroResSaltLake.com, ZeroResDavisWeber.com. Zero Res.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
And I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
we go. It's Star Wars Day.
Well, it's only once a year.
No, I love it. That's
And
great.
and just so that we can be done with it, go on YouTube. It's on there. It's Jaden and the Beat Droids, Jaedon. Otherwise, you won't find it.
All right.
Okay, that's what I meant to get to, because we do have, of course, for you, no pee break.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Oh, because Todd is here with.
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Van for Pal.
I've got to remember that from week to week, because I need to plan my pee break so that. All right. Anyway, so Todd Newcomb is here, and he has a song that he wants to play for us because he likes us a lot. Is that why?
I really do. I love you guys. I've been raised by Radio from Hell. I'm a huge fan, and I still feel it an honor to be on your show whenever I am. So thank you.
Todd.
Well, you're welcome, and just make sure you keep it that way.
What have you brought us today?
So, 21 Pilots. Now, before we go any further, everyone's going to be like, oh, 21 Pilots, they're the biggest band in the world, and blah, blah, blah. Everyone thinks they're so good. The thing is, though, they're geniuses, and they make some of the best damn music that's ever been made. So I don't shy away from, I just dropped the title of their new song, Shy Away. Hey, I don't shy away from admitting that I love that band, and I think they're just spectacular in what they do. Infinitely creative, and so their album comes out on the 21st. Yes,
and look at how quickly they have become a thing. You know, I mean, it doesn't seem that long ago when you brought us the first song from them. You know. So.
Yeah, I mean, it comes with amazing songs and one of the best live performances that you'll ever see. I mean, it's dialed, and they've got an album coming out. Scaled and Icy will be released on the 21st of this year. They're going to be doing a special live online concert, and you can get your tickets to that on their website. And they dropped a new video Friday and a new song that's going to be on this new album. The song is called Choker. And Carrie, I think you'll like the video because it mostly takes place in like a toy store. There's a few action figures involved, so it seems like a very Kerry Jackson sort of thing.
All right.
But the song's called Choker, and it's a bit different. I mean, these guys do their own thing and are a bit experimental. It has a bit of a new wave vibe to it, but I liked it, and I think the video is great, and the song is awesome.
Well, all right, here we go. It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd. He's bringing us 21 Pilots from their album Shy Away. Their new one is called Choker, X96.
You know who's on the line? I believe this is the impetus to the first all-day show.
Candace.
Yes.
How now? You were there for the first all-day show. Oh yeah.
I was, as Carrie said, I was the something from the radio gods, the idiot or something.
No,
not so much. He didn't really.
The
say
gift from the radio gods.
That was it. Yeah.
But
and I was the one that brought the alcohol.
You are the first. You were the one who started the tradition of bringing us booze.
Exactly. And I'm so upset. Y'all got pedicures, and I didn't.
Well,
I would have liked one.
Well,
you should have asked.
Well, I was in and out of the house all day.
Candy Bear.
Well, then you couldn't.
And then you couldn't have gotten one anyway.
Candy Bear. I'm not sure what.
Did you say Candy Bear?
Yeah.
Or Daddy Bear?
Candy Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
You're
Better
my-
than Candy Ass.
You're my little Candy Bear.
Who is this?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Who is this?
It's your mother.
I think
Hi.
Candy's
Candy?
been drinking today already.
Candy, hi, it's
No,
Candy, hi,
I
it's Mitt
haven't.
Romney.
Candace,
Ew.
do you have any idea what you're listening to or where you are?
It's a country station, and I'm in Texas. No, of course I do, you silly gooses. That
Candy?
was ridiculous.
Candy Bear?
Don't call me Candy, please. My dad hated that.
It's Candace.
It's Candace, Carrie.
Yes, it's Candace.
If
Bill,
your dad
and I
hated
will-
that, he shouldn't have named you Candace.
Yeah.
He's no longer living. That's rude.
Well, I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
Did you call us Candace?
Yes, I did, and
she
I
did.
meant to get abused.
Okay, because I thought maybe the interns had called you and then
No, nobody
just picked your name
remembers.
out of a phone book or something. Nobody
You
remembers.
wish.
Nobody remembers what, Candace?
Any of this.
Any of.
And I'm even on the CD, and I'm so sad.
She's
I'm
the
joking.
she's the phone call. She's the reason.
She's the reason that we did the
story.
because I didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
tell my Hawaii story.
No, it
or
was your Vegas.
My Vegas story.
Vegas
my
story,
Vegas
that's
story.
right.
Exactly.
And
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 Carrie, I saw you at that one clothing store. I don't remember.
You remember, Carrie?
was
Oh,
was I
yeah,
was I was I buying my garments?
It was that
Was
one
it that
clothing
one?
store.
That one
No.
clothing store.
I don't know what you call him. Come on, help me out. A thing.
You
a
know,
management,
a thing.
Whatever.
I can.
Oh,
I can,
was it a remote?
You know, I can see why you were the impetus for the all-day show because it takes all day to get anything out of
Holy
you.
crap! You've been doing this all day. I'm tired too, and yes, other whatever.
She's
But
drunk.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm just embarrassed.
Candy Bear.
This is the note you want to go out on.
Yeah.
By the way.
No, Candace, you've been rickrolled. I'm sorry.
God bless you, Candace.
All right.
I'm glad that somehow you started the all-day show, but no, that's not the note we want to go out on.
Well, we got 20 minutes.
But as with all of our all-day shows, I seem to remember that they go out with not with a bang but a whimper.
I've been whimpering for the last hour and 20 minutes.
They just kind of peter out at the end. So,
Well, Gina, I'm used to your whimpering.
It's what I do.
A couple of times listening to that, I thought, is that New Order? Is that
Yeah.
just
New
the,
Order
you know,
or Yaz.
Yaz,
Sounds like
yes.
Vince Clarke wrote it for him.
Exactly. Thank you. But then they returned to that good old 21 Pilots sound. The song is Choker
Oh,
from the album Scaled and Icy.
It's so good. I can't wait to hear the rest of it. And then, you want to take part in that live online thing they're doing when the album comes out on the 21st because you just, we've been dying for a concert, and these guys are the best. So check that out for sure.
And they'll make it special for virtual and online.
Oh yeah, and they're like, this is a one time thing. They're not recording it to have it available afterward.
Oh,
it's a live only thing. If you miss it, you miss it.
So experience it. Enjoy the experience.
And I actually, you know what, we're going to be giving away some passes for that in the next coming few days. So
Oh, good.
Listen to win.
Off the air, Todd was telling us about some of the new Tuesday tunes that are coming in the weeks ahead, and we're getting a flood of it. A flood of new good music is coming because everybody was holding back, waiting to see what COVID would do, and now it's like, okay.
Everybody's been writing albums.
Yeah, they've been
Yes,
writing
here we
songs.
go.
I hope they're good ones, but
yeah, we'll see. We'll find out here every Tuesday on Jingle, please.
Thursday turns retard on X96. Van from hell.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will see you at the meeting later.
See you soon.
I can't wait.
Bye-bye.
I know that you can't. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. X96.
Moms are awesome.
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
Good for you.
I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that off?
Alcohol. Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol
Just,
of choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't discriminating
Nope.
about no.
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way it should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and you know, pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on, or was it?
No,
just,
it was just pork
it was
belly.
just out there being pork belly.
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. You know, just kind of as a little
side
starter,
dish,
a little starter to the evening, and then
nice.
Oh, man,
did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are.
I
or
did.
Not?
There was. It was. Well, so it was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
No. So it was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept, they were quite annoying. Because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a spoon and
little kid.
Yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these 12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe this?
It was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess. He was,
polygamy date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been
that would explain why they were laughing at the spoon joke.
The
they
spoon
were paid.
on the nose.
They were
hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only. But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
Okay. Well, we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 minutes. So stand by for that. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Great. We played Click Click Boom by Saliva yesterday or the day before, and I like that song a lot. But I'd be hard pressed to name another Saliva song. But I bring that up only in light of this story. In conjunction with the release of Every 20 Years, an EP celebrating the 20th anniversary of Saliva's major label debut, Every 6 Seconds, the group has released a short documentary detailing its 25-year journey. I sort of misread that. It's the 25th anniversary or the 20th anniversary of Saliva's major label debut. Every 6 Seconds is the name of that debut.
Got it.
Okay. We feel like it would be cool to give fans a little peek behind the curtain of the history of Saliva, so to speak, said guitarist Wayne Schwinney. Drummer Paul Crosby adds, 20 years is a long time ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Making this documentary brought back many memories of some really magical times. At just under 20 minutes, the Kill Devil Films produced documentary encapsulates Saliva's quarter-century career, from forming in Memphis in 1996 to rising fame with Every 6 Seconds and the addition of vocalist Bobby Amaru after the departure of Josie Scott a decade ago. The film also includes an appearance by producer Bob Marlette, who recounts his work with Saliva on Every 6 Seconds. So apparently there's plenty of Saliva.
I just don't need...
I
don't want plenty of saliva.
Here are the songs that you will find on this.
Oh, just the amount required of saliva. I don't want plenty of it.
Here are the songs that you'll find on it. Your Disease, Click Click Boom, After Me, Greater Than, Less Than, Spy Hunter, and Spoon Men.
No.
Saliva.
No, just enough.
Will Smith. See the picture? Will Smith standing there with his...
I was proud of him for this.
Shirt
he
open.
doesn't look bad. He looks fine. He looks fine. He doesn't look terrible. The headline would have you believe he should be embarrassed how he looks. He looks fine. He's not cut.
But
he looks fine.
If you put a picture of... So that picture of Will Smith and a picture of Will Smith 5 years ago, you would not say that.
Okay, how about this? A picture of that Will Smith and you. How about that?
What do you...
He looks like a normal... What are
you trying to say?
My point
I'll be over here.
No,
you guys...
What exactly is it that you're trying to say there, Gina?
My point is, you're a normal guy. He looks like a normal guy in that picture.
No. If you put a picture of me, as you have suggested, the embarrassment would not stop. It would be. What is that mound of flesh standing next to Will Smith?
No, it's the Will Smith of days gone by. Nobody really looks like that. The Will Smith in this picture, he looks like a normal person, just like you look like a normal person, is what I meant by that.
But again, I don't look like a normal person. Will Smith may look like a normal person.
It's not this. It's fine.
Anyway, did you get to the story or?
There was he
He's
just
put
said
on some weight.
And he says I'm in the worst. He says I'm in the worst shape of my life, and he is probably.
Mm-hmm.
He put on the pandemic 15.
He's not very He's not dressed in a flattering fashion. He's
well, he
wearing
should zip
really
up that jacket first of all.
really tight black shorts, which cause everything to kind of flow over the top of them.
Yeah. And it's called the COVID-19, Gina.
Oh, not
the
15?
pandemic 15.
Okay.
I packed on the extra COVID-19.
Got it.
Pounds.
So anyway, let's move on to the FDA is expected to announce probably this week the vaccination age will lower to for young adults to age 12 and older.
Yes.
So kids age 12 and older. They did a test of over 2,000 people in that age range, and not one major problem. There were some, like everybody else has apparently felt, side effects, feelings, mainly from the second dose, feelings of fatigue and things like that that go away in a day. But
they had
100%
efficacy rate with kids,
Yeah.
12 to 50. It just is such good news.
And
don't let anybody tell you, because you're going to hear, oh, well, this sure happened fast, and they didn't test it enough. And they tested it on 2,000 kids, and every single one of them did well with it, not one problem with it.
Plus, this type of vaccine has been tested for many years.
Yeah.
The only reason we were able to get it so quickly is because they
It's
ramped
something
it up.
that they've been working on for a long
Yeah.
time.
Yes.
They just needed to plug the right components into
Yes,
it.
exactly.
A group of parents organized by the group Utah Parents United plans to ask the Canyon School Board at a Tuesday meeting, I guess today, to not teach critical race theory.
Good Lord.
That's according to a post on the group's Facebook page. It's a term getting a lot of attention these days. Critical race theory examines the ways in which race and racism influence American politics, culture, and the law. There seems to be an agreement by people on both sides of the discussion that going through the pages of history is important. It's exactly how it's done that's causing some controversy. In its essence, very bottom level, it's Marxism. It's Marxism teaching, said parent Gloria Vindas.
Who doesn't know what Marxism is? But
Vindas has a school-age child and thinks teaching about another race's culture. She thinks teaching about another race's culture is a good thing. Where she draws the line is when a specific organization is introduced into the teachings that doesn't teach the history behind the so-called movement.
And
what does that even mean?
Yeah, what organization is behind this? A. B. I don't think they're teaching critical race theory to your kids. I think they're only teaching it in law school, but that's me.
I support cultural diversity and inclusion, but I do not support an organization, especially on the collegiate level curriculum, that kind of trickles down into our school system of critical race theory. I don't know what she's meaning.
She's, again, one of these crazies who saw a compelling video on YouTube and thinks that it's fact. They don't teach critical race theory to kids in high school. They teach it in law school.
Well,
That's
they can.
it.
No, they're starting. I mean, they should teach it to kids in high school.
They should, but they don't right now.
James Yapius, the education chair of the Salt Lake NAACP, says it's important to understand each other. When we talk about critical race theory, it's not about learning about someone's specific culture. No. It's more about the understanding of its history, Yapius said. He said the key is to teach something that is unbiased. Teachers are allowed to teach history, but also I think they should be able to tell the full story of everyone's contribution to this country, Yapius said.
Well, yeah, and there are often different angles to stories that kids need to be taught.
And I'm telling you, every history teacher I had in high school was biased. All right? It was the Nebo School District. They were all rednecks. They were all biased.
Let's see.
Oh, that's good.
You sure? You
Yeah.
want to leave it on that? Every teacher I ever had was biased. That's kind of a biased remark.
I said
if you think
specifically
about
every
it.
history teacher I ever had, not every.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, we'll go with this then. From the 7 o'clock hour, the boner winner in round one was Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps. Mike Lee, now bear in mind, Mitt Romney was booed at the Republican convention here in Utah by his fellow Utah Republicans. Booed, catcalled. He was called a communist and a traitor because he voted to impeach Donald Trump. Spencer Cox was booed and heckled because he's a little too liberal for them. Now, when Mike Lee came up and
they
the
love
convention,
him. Yeah.
standing
Oh,
ovation.
yeah.
And I said that I believe that if you brought in Matt Gaetz or Lauren Boebert, they'd get a standing ovation.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as it turns out, Mike Lee did a fundraising dinner at Mar-a-Lago back in February. It cost $10,600 per couple to attend, and the special guests were Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert. So, Judge Mike Lee by the company he keeps. That's going up against number two. They had special needs, and they were fat. An assisted living facility for disabled, adults with special needs, for some reason started starving them, essentially, punishing them with food or the lack of food, making it very difficult for them to, and they started losing weight, and it got pretty ugly. It got so ugly that the Colorado Department of Public Health had to step in and suspend their license and close the facility. That's boner candidate number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today? One or two. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Okay, that's one way to vote. Another way is just to call the producer's booth and speak to a real-life human being at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight May 4, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see the box right away, so refresh your internet browser. It should appear. And you'll vote online right there. Have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day.
That's the music that tells us this is time for Best Question of the Week, and it's a feature that you don't use often enough. This is an opportunity to ask us any question. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put Best Question in the subject line. Send it to us. Maybe we will read your question on the air and answer it, like this one right here.
I can't think of anything.
All right.
I can't think of anything.
So this question comes from a loyal listener. It says, how did you all meet Dave the Flower Guy? He sounds like a great person, and was wondering how you all were lucky enough to meet him.
Well, I think Dave, back in the day, we had a...
Well, it seems to me like you brought us into the orbit. You met him and brought him in, didn't you?
Well, I think, yeah, but...
It's been so long.
He was there, so we had the coffee shop, and our back when we were doing our show from the radio station was located at Trolley Corners, and there was a coffee shop there for a while called Airwaves, and there was a glass window, and you could look in from the coffee shop and see us do our show, which was kind of an interesting concept and technique.
I thought that was a great idea for people to come in, get their coffee, and watch the show. And
so I guess Dave was a listener, and he's around the downtown area all the time, and he started coming in and watching the show through the glass. And at some point I went out, And every once in a while, we'd go out into the coffee shop and, interview people for the show, or sometimes I'd just go out and chat with people. And so I went out there and I started talking to Dave, and he was interesting. But I don't remember if I guess maybe I invited him into the studio and just talked to him a little bit here and there. And then I don't remember how he started.
Well, we were always trying to figure out the best way to do Boner of the Week.
Yeah.
Because we talked about doing it, but we're like, is it just voting again? What do we do? And then I can't remember whose idea it was. It was like, how about just someone, totally unbiased, just one person will decide Boner of the Week.
And we knew that Dave listened to the show that intently, that he knew all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what surprised us too, that he knew all the Boner candidates all the time.
Yeah.
So that's how. But then we've had further adventures with Dave, I guess. There was a guy who was going to make a documentary film about Dave, who came to town. I think it was a local Salt Lake guy who lives in New York, and he came and filmed a bunch of stuff with me and Dave, and he was gonna, and he never has finished that movie, I think. But
may I read this?
Yes.
From the City Weekly in 2006.
Okay.
Best Utahn.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Dave Mattson.
Yeah.
Since X96's Radio from Hell campaigned to have their listeners vote for Dave Mattson, pictured above, second from the left, as Best Utahn, we asked the show's Bill Allred to give us some background on their candidate.
Huh.
We first met Dave when he started coming into the coffee shop, and he used to be here at the studio. He'd come in with his flower wagon and have something to eat and watch the show through the glass while listening on a headset or radio. Then he'd head out to mow lawns at various businesses in the area. We learned that Dave is in his 40s. This was a while ago. And he grew up with cerebral palsy. We also found out what a remarkable human being Dave is. He doesn't let his disability get him down. We admire Dave's self-sufficiently, his sense of humor, and his spirit. Radio from Hell is proud to call Dave Mattson our friend and friends of the program. This is back in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
Voted for Dave Mattson as Best Utahn. Here's who lost to Dave Mattson.
Okay.
Second place, Rocky Anderson. Third place, John Huntsman Jr.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Dave Mattson, Dave the flower guy.
Yeah.
And thanks to you, friends of the program, because you did that. We didn't do that. You had to vote for him, and you are coming through right now, helping Dave out. We have a GoFundMe happening. That you probably heard us talk about it, but worth mentioning again that
because Dave's mother died.
Yeah.
And he is now, and Dave is in his mid to late 50s now, and he's all alone. He has nobody else, at least here in town. So the GoFundMe, if you just go to x96.com, Katie got that up on x96.com, so you can, and it's raised a lot of money so far, but he's going to need more, and we'll figure out a way. We're not just going to give Dave a bucket of money and say,
good luck.
See ya. I think we'll figure out a way to make sure that he gets it in ways that will help him the most, and let somebody kind of take care of it.
The link to the GoFundMe is at x96.com, as you said, and it's also on all of our social medias. Mm-hmm. So you can go there and find it. And use the links that we have provided. Don't just go there and search, because there are other Dave Mattson GoFundMes, and we need you to make sure you go to the one that Katie put together.
Yeah, if my name is not on it as the creator, you're at the wrong place.
But if you just go to the links that we've provided, you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly.
Takes you right there.
All right, so like that.
Yeah, we'll have Dave, and we'll have Dave on. Dave's going to be on the show later today.
9:45
to select Boner of the Week.
Mm-hmm. It's best question of the week. Send them to us. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. We may read yours next Friday.
Hey, it's 9:41. Let's award boner of the day.
And it's brought to you in part by a shrimp coconut curry soup stew thing with grilled bread to sop it up with.
And find your match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment. Plus, all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
Boner candidate number 1, Judge Mike Lee, by the company he keeps. His $10,600 per couple fundraiser at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago with special guests Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert, intellectuals of the Republican Party. Going up against number 2, they had special needs, and they were fat. This is a facility for adults with special needs, autism, other problems like that. And then for some reason, management changed, and they decided they're going to put them all on these really bizarre, restrictive diets, withhold food, use food as punishment. People started losing weight. Lots of them lost lots of weight. Finally, the Colorado Department of Public Health had to step in and close the facility because of that. The winner, and pretty much by about double the votes, boner candidate number 2, they had special needs, and they were fat.
All right, there's your boner of the day for today, May 4, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie. Let's
The
talk.
following is a sponsored feature.
Let's talk to Kelly. She's on the phone from the Living Traditions Festival.
Kelly, how are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm well. How are you all doing?
Good. The Living Traditions Festival going to be a little bit different this year.
Yeah, we are. We're a little different. We're excited to come back.
Well, what are you going to do with the Living Traditions Festival this year?
So we are coming back. You know, normally we're a 3-day event in May. We're kind of the first event that happens in the city in May. And we're coming back to May 15th at City County, but doing a smaller scale event. One stage, some crafters, community partners, a couple grass performances throughout the afternoon from 12 to 6. And that kicks us off for 3 more of those events throughout Salt Lake City in May. So we're kind of just taking the event and moving it around the city to kind of give a little bit more of a geographic equity component to this event. So we're really excited to come back in a way that, is safe and trying to make sure that the community knows that we're taking all precautions in COVID to come back in a way that we can celebrate this community and, together as events come back. It's just amazing to be able to do this.
So the food has always been a big component of the Living Traditions Festival.
Yes.
Are you doing a lot of that?
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of our food vendors, just with some of the health components of things and restrictions. We're focusing on some more of our food trucks, and we're partnering with the IRC, International Rescue Committee, to bring in some of their food trucks from Spice Kitchen. So each of the events will have a food element and component. Some might be takeaway foods, just more prepackaged foods. But our last event of the season, we actually are pushing a larger food event called the Taste of Living Traditions to the end of June 26th, over at City County Building again. So we're kind of, taking that month to kind of regroup and then come back big, and it's going to be a large food event downtown. We're really excited.
What are these, Kelly, what are these video projections that the Living Traditions is going to do this year?
So we in the time of COVID, we decided to really take some focus on the virtual side and focus on our participants with Living Traditions, and we called this campaign Living Legacy. And so we've been creating videos surrounding our participants, and they're beautiful videos that are displayed on our website in partnership with Twig Media, who's been helping us make these videos. And we are taking these videos down to downtown in June, and we're going to be doing some projections of these videos around some of the spaces and big walls downtown during open streets, and really making this program come alive in June. So it'll be really fun to see those stories larger than life.
And now, so this is different. There's a lot of information to absorb here about the Living Traditions Festival, and we can't we can't help people keep track of all the different events
Sure.
right here on the radio. But is there a place people can go and look all of this up and plan their attendance?
Yeah, absolutely. So I work for the Salt Lake City Arts Council, and we host our Living Traditions Presents website on our directly on our site. So just saltlakearts.org, and you can find out everything you need to know about what we're planning in May and June for this year.
Okay. All right,
That's great.
And can you do you suppose some people will attend all 5 of those events?
You know what? It might. We're going to be going to Liberty Park on the 22nd of May, the Gateway on the 23rd, and then Jordan Park and International Peace Gardens on the 29th. They might. We're also live streaming these as well. So if people do not feel comfortable coming down, they're going to be on our website live stream, so that people that can, want to support those that are participating and or just want to watch from home will have that element as well. So we're hoping that we do get some, great turnout, but the live stream will also be an option for those that don't feel comfortable still with events.
All right,
So-
Kelly Call, it's the Living Traditions Festival. It is coming back in a slightly altered form. You can find out about all of how it's altered by going to what website again?
Just saltlakearts.org, and on our programs page, you'll see Living Traditions Presents.
Okay. All right, Kelly, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Hope to
Thank
see
you very
down there.
much. All right, we'll crawl towards the exits after these X96.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA, but this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately.
Oh no! If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, smoking psychotherapist.
Okay.
Do you think it's a good idea to have diamond engagement rings for men?
Ew, no.
Tiffany and Company selling men's engagement rings for the first time in its 184-year history. So, growing demand for fine jewelry among male shoppers. The new designs mark a major departure for American jewelers, which is Tiffany, of course, known for its classic solitaire engagement rings for women, available at Tiffany's flagship store in New York. This month, the range is named the Charles Tiffany Setting after the company's founder. The design was inspired by classic signet rings and comes in either a titanium or platinum setting. And the thick set ring features angular beveled edges and a sparkling center diamond of up to 5 carats in size. I think they look kind of cool.
But engagement ring, that makes it sound like you get engaged, and then you get another one.
They're perfect for same-sex marriages. Yeah.
But then when you get married, usually you have engagement ring, and then when you get married, you get an additional ring. So I don't like the idea of
these are not intended for that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they're intended to do that because they are. If you've seen them, they're thick. They're big rings.
Yeah.
Well, they're reminding me in the chat room that that's the way that song goes. Diamonds are a guy's best buddy. Isn't that the way how it goes?
Diamonds are a guy's best
buddy.
Pal. It's pal.
Pal. Yeah. And I don't care if you want an engagement ring for a guy.
Sure.
That's I don't care if you like to wear rings and Whatever.
Yeah. All them gewgaws.
I don't care.
So, on a completely opposite note,
yes,
I have an appointment to go drop stuff off at the DI today.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And, Bill, I'm just wondering if you want me to run by your house on the way in case you want anything. Let's save you a trip.
You mean before you drop off stuff?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
You
I
get
don't
to go
do
through
the
it first.
I don't do the shopping at the DI shopping. So, no. You have to take that up with my wife, and I don't think you dare.
I don't.
I don't think you dare do that. You can say those things to me, but I don't think you dare say them to my
your
wife.
I wouldn't
Come
say
on.
that to you.
It's your first chance to go through all the stuff before it gets taken away.
There's some good stuff in there.
Why are you throwing this out? You know.
So I've already done one round of getting rid of Festus's stuff from his old room here at the house. Now he's coming home this week to pack up his final round of stuff to move to Florida. So I went through another round of getting rid of his stuff. I have left the final few tubs of things for him to go through when he gets here, but there's a lot of crap. Jeez. Just accumulated crap that I've had a ball.
He's an American boy.
That I've had a ball loading up in my car and driving to the DI.
And then he'll inevitably say, "Hey, Mom, where's such and such?
Yeah.
Where's that such and such? I threw that away."
You shouldn't have left it here. You left it here.
But I told you I was coming. Too bad.
Because I had to make room so they can stay, he and his wife can stay in that room when they get here. Had to get rid of some of the crap. So I'm very excited today.
Are you going to lock them in or what?
No.
When they go down the basement, you lock them in the room,
No.
and then they can only come out at prescribed
No,
times?
we're going to go get a COVID test right when they get here. Just make sure everybody's all on the up and up. And then enjoy their company for a week or so. Until I don't see him again for a long time. But
there's going to be a lot of people in that house.
Well, you're not going to Jacksonville to visit, though.
I'll go. I already told you. I'm going to go in November when Top Gun Maverick comes out, because I told him it would be the first movie I go to in a movie theater. We'll be with him to see that in November. So I'll fly to Jacksonville in November. But other than that, no.
It would be, go to Jacksonville to see Top Gun.
A movie. It'll be
With all
crowded
the
there
Navy
'cause
guys.
that's where all the Navy people
Yeah,
are.
I want to go with the Navy people.
It'll probably be in every theater in Jacksonville. You won't be able to see anything else. I'd like to see Black Widow. No, I'm terribly sorry. You can't.
Jacksonville's crime rate is above average, but there are plenty of safe places to live. Jacksonville has a crime index of 8, meaning it's considered to be safer than only 8% of other American cities.
There you go. Keep that in mind when driving through. Okay. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Okay.
It might be May the 4th, but it's Revenge of the 5th on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, it's time for Things That Must Go. We know you always have something you want to throw out of your life for good. Just email your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7 a.m., Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall joins us a day early to talk about her budget speech with our weekly Salt Lake update.
And Dr. Cobble is back with us at 7:45 to answer your COVID and vaccine questions, so be ready to call in.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right.
I just had one line. I didn't have to be in that promo. That could have been.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I eat things other than meat.
I think Corey's next. I don't know. It might be Sarge. You'll find out. It'll be a surprise next.